Good afternoon, everybody. There's Janica. What's going on, Janica, my friend? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Well, happy new year to you also. I hope your year has started off good. Mine has started off pretty good. I'm not complaining. I'm just rolling with it. It's all I can do. So we're going to see who's going to show up because I've been waiting to do this with y'all. Now, will there be a part two? There could be a part two because today you're going to hear four, probably four of my top stories, and I may roll it over to a part two. I mean, I've had a lot of funny things happen over time, so I may roll it over. There may be a part two to this. I'll decide by next Saturday. If not, we'll move on to something else. But if I come in next Saturday and say, hey, we're going to do part two, you will know what that's about. It's these, you're going to have, oh, yeah, Janica, you are not going to believe some of the stuff I'm going to be telling you today. You're going to be sitting there freaking crying. Get your Kleenexes, get your drinks, your snacks, get comfortable because I'm going to take y'all on a wild ass ride today. You will get to see actually some of the things that Luna had to deal with working as a funeral director and owning your own funeral home. It's a trip, I'm telling you. It's a trip and a half. And it's like I said when we was all in here talking the other day, you got to see the humor and everything. And you're not going to make it in this line of work. You're not. If you don't have a sense of humor, you're not going to survive long term. And I had to learn that because I wanted to be the serious one, the serious businesswoman. Well, in this line of work, you are presented with things that you don't expect to see in the funeral industry. So, and you're just sitting there baffled, like, what the hell am I going to do with this? All you can do is laugh. You got to laugh. You got to have tough skin and a sense of humor. That is correct. There is Sassy. What's going on, Sassy? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, my sister. I hope you had a good holiday. I had a good holiday. We starting a new year. We getting to do it over again now. 2026. What's my thoughts on it? Well, right now it's not looking too bad. I think it may end up being a better year than 2025. And man, I did a lot in 2025, but I think 2026 is going to be better. I hope so. I think it will be, though, actually sitting back and looking at the big picture of things. I think it may be a better year. So I'm up for it. I'm like, bring it on. Yeah. Oh no, Sassy, I'm sorry to hear that. She did not have a good holiday, but know that my thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. I am sorry. Had Guinness's stew tonight, dang good for a cold weather. Oh yeah, and there is Roland. Come on in, Roland. Now, no, I'm thinking about you, Sassy, you and your family. It's not, when you have to deal with things like that over the holidays, it sucks. I mean, my dad passed away the day after Christmas, which totally ruined that whole holiday for me for years. I mean, so I understand having to deal with a death right at the holiday time. But you are more than welcome, Sassy. But yeah, I get it. I definitely get it. So yeah, it took me years to get back into Christmas myself after that. Now I went through the motions for the kids, but my heart really wasn't in it. I'd throw a tree up, I'd make sure they got their presents, I'd decorate, but that was for them. It wasn't for me because I was like, I don't even want to do this, but I can't punish the kids either. It's not their fault. So yeah, it wasn't that long ago I started getting back into it again. Dang, Janica, I'm sorry to hear about your loss too. There's a lot of people passing away. But no, I'm thinking about you two ladies. I hate to hear it. And I just read today, I got online and read today the doctor that delivered my oldest daughter passed away. I'm like, what? Yeah, he was a good guy, though. He really was. I mean, I knew him away from his medical practice, him and his wife. And that really saddened me to hear that. I think they're going to have his service Tuesday. Yeah, so that kind of upset me. But it'd been probably 6 months since I talked to him and his wife. But yeah, they were really good people. And I don't know what happened. He was only 67 years old. I'm like, could have been anything. But yeah, as far as a baby doctor, he was great. But yeah, it really, that bothered to read that. Then I messaged my daughter and I said, hey, the doctor that delivered you passed away. Because she had heard me talk about Dr. George. That was his name, George. And she's like, well, what happened, Mom? I said, I don't know. I said, I just now read his obituary. I said, I don't know what happened. I said, it'd been about 6 months since I talked to him and his wife. So I'm not sure the circumstances surrounding his passing. Yeah, it made her feel bad too. She's like, I only met him twice, Mom, but he was a real nice man. So yeah, I mean, when you're 54 or 67 is not old. It's like, damn. So yeah, we was both pretty young when my oldest daughter was born. Oh, let's see, I was 19, so that probably put him in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, around there. He was doing his residency when he delivered her. He went on, got his finished all that like 3 years later, become a high risk pregnancy doctor, but he was great even as a resident. I still, and I've remember telling him this more than one time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be sitting here because I just about died having her. So he saved both of us. But he's going to be missed by a lot of people. He worked within the Native American health community, helped a lot of people over the years of his practice. So he's going to be missed by a lot of people. Yeah, it's just lots of things going on with people, and we don't know what people have to deal with away from here. Used to be a Dr. George in Oregon. He invented a burn medicine. Yeah, I mean, there's, yeah, I mean, I don't know the doctor you're talking about, but yeah, I mean, as far as Oregon, yeah, there's a lot of good doctors up here. Lots of. But Cheryl, how you doing? Good to have you. It was a official burn medicine called FRST. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this doctor. I'll have to look it up when I get offline, when I get done with this. But I'm sure this benefited a lot of people. Because I know here in these Oregon, some of the bigger Oregon hospitals, they have, the burn units and stuff. So I'm sure his invention probably did benefit a lot of people. Now, let me tell y'all something that's really messed up here. He passed many years ago. Yeah, I'll have to look this up. You gave me enough information. Now I can look this man up. I'd like to read up on this because I think that's great. And I'm sure they still use it even now. But y'all want to hear something crazy? My grandson, as y'all know, is here with me. He's getting ready to start college here in Oregon here pretty soon. Actually, he'll be moving into his dorm toward the end of January. Now, when I started my funeral business, I had the 3 kids. Over time, they came along. I had my oldest when I opened up. Then I adopted my youngest daughter after the business started, and then my son was born later on. But y'all don't know that there was a son before my youngest son. I lost a son in between there. So, and my dream was that one of my kids would take the business over. They would go to school, become a funeral director like mom, step in and take it over. And then mom could mom could just hand it over to them, retire, and be on my merry way. And they'd be set up, wouldn't have to worry about nothing. Well, that did not happen. Well, we're neighbors, Cheryl. If you're in Washington, yeah, I'm here in Oregon. But that did not happen with the 3. None of them wanted to do it. I offered it to all 3 of them. No, mom can't do it. Don't want to do it. Okay, fine. So then the grandkids started coming along, and I seen hope again. I was like, well, maybe one of the grandkids will do it. Well, Adrian, he just tapped out on me. He's like, Nana, I can respect what you do, but I don't want to do that. I'm like, okay. So I just stopped with him. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be retiring. I ain't going to even be here when the others get old enough to even attempt to go to college and take it. I will be long gone by that point. So it stopped with Adrian. So he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do with himself when he grew up. And I said, you need to go to funeral director school. I put the heat on that kid. He's like, I can't do it. Nana, I ain't going to do that. Well, he decided what he wanted to be when he grew up, what he's going to school for. And he said, I decided what I want to do. Okay, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I am going to be a forensic pathologist. And I sat there and I looked at him. I said, you gotta be shitting me. And he's like, well, no. I said, do you realize In other words, a medical examiner. I said, do you realize what you're going to be doing is going to be a lot worse than what I offered you? I said, you're going to be doing the bad stuff. And he started laughing. He said, I knew you was going to say that because he knew me well enough to know. And so, yeah, he's got about 12 years of college in front of him. But it's okay because he'll be going to the university or Oregon State is where he's going to start. And then he will be transitioning from there over into OHSU, Oregon Health and Science University. That's where he'll finish his schooling at. And I'm like, this kid is out of his mind. You know, I'm sitting here just trying to wrap my head around it. I was like, you're crazy. Well, the business, Cheryl, is gone. I sold out and moved away from Oklahoma. That's where my business was at. That's where I'm originally from. But about 5 years before I retired, I hired this young man. I knew his mom and dad. And he went to mortuary school, same place I did. And he come and seen me. And he's like, well, I'm getting ready to start mortuary school. I'm like, well, that's good. And I said, well, you know what? I said, you go to school. You do what you need to do. When you get done, come back and see me. I said, I might have a job for you because I'm like, I got to get somebody hired in here. So he's like, I'll come back and see you. So he left, went and got his education, come back. And he said, well, I'm finished with school now. I said, well, you ready to go to work? Because I'll hire you. I hired that kid on the spot. And he said, but yeah, he said, I'll come work for you. And I said, be here 8 o'clock in the morning, ready to go to work. He shows up the next morning, 8 o'clock. Well, actually, he was there about 10 minutes till 8 because I got there at 7:30. And I said, well, come in here and sit in my office. Me and you going to have us a conversation. So he got him a cup of coffee and he followed me in there. I said, okay, first thing, everything you learn in school, forget about it. Because you ain't going to use half of the crap you learn in school. I said, a lot of it is hands-on learning. I said, so I will teach you everything I know. I said, you come to work for the right one because I need you because I ain't going to be here forever. One day I will retire. I said, so I need you. And so, yeah, for 5 years, he worked under me. I taught him everything I knew about the business inside and out. And he learned very quickly, too. And he ended up buying the business from me because I was like, offered it to him first because he already worked for me. And I'm like, this is the only person I could trust with this business because this was like my child. You know, I built it from the ground up and offered it to him. And he's like, well, I don't know if I can get the loan for it. I said, we'll go try. I said, if you can get the loan, I'll sell it to you. I said, it's only right for me to offer it to you before anybody. So he went and applied for the loan. I called the bank the day before and I said, hey, he's trying to buy this business from me. If by any chance he can get that loan, I said, give it to him. So they gave him the loan. He bought the business from me, and now he runs it. And he does exceptionally well. I said, I did the hard work for you. I built the business. I said, you just come in at about the time it was good and going. I said, it was already established by that point. I said, I did all the hard work for you. I said, now you got to just take the reins and keep it going. But yeah, he's running it now. He does a very good job with it. And I have to say, I think I made the right call on that one. Yeah, Lauren the Mortician, I love her channel. I really do. She's a good one. Rowan says, watch out or Luna will embalm your ass. Yeah, I can. Very easily. But seeing the bodies get cremated freaks me out. I don't well, that's how I'm gonna leave this world. I made my mind up on that when I was like 27. I was like, shit, I don't need some big fancy anything. Well, I'm not a celebrity, I'm not a millionaire. I don't need all the bells and whistles. Just have you a service if you want. Have some food if you want. It's up to you at that point. I don't give a damn, because I'm not there. So it'll be up to my kids or whoever, when that time comes, and they can do what they want. Oh, Roland wants to be put in a crypt. Okay. Man, he wants in a crypt. Hey, everybody, knows what they want at the end of the day. It's a personal choice. That's what I told y'all when we was in here before. It's a personal choice. Whether you want, to be buried or interned in a mausoleum, a crypt, whatever you want, it's whatever. There's no right or wrong with it. Sassy wants a party. Cheryl, she just wants a celebration of life. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm going with it too. Find a cave somewhere. Well, I think that's illegal, Roland. We can't do that. You have to be put in a mausoleum, a crypt, or in the ground. We cannot be taking you off in the damn woods, sticking you in a cave somewhere, because that is highly illegal. So we have to, we got to figure it out. We got to find you a place to go, but we can't put you in no cave. So his options, are getting narrowed down. Did you ever have any paranormal activity at your business? Oh yeah, there's stuff happened there. Did it freak me out? No. Because I knew who it was. So it didn't freak me out. But today, Roland, I'm telling you, this is highly illegal. I know you freaking outlaw and all that. You don't give a damn, but we can't do it because somebody would go to jail. We cannot have this happen. So we got to figure this out. We got to find you a nice cemetery out in the country, or find a mausoleum somewhere, in a more rural setting. They do have them. A crypt. There's alternatives, man. We'll figure it out together. But yeah, we can't put you in no cave because it's illegal, and whoever does it will go to jail. Sassy's like, oh Lord, I'd shit my pants. Yeah, there's Lady G, a hollow tree. Well, yeah, no cave dwelling, Roland. Can't be doing that. Now, see, if he was cremated, we could put him wherever he wanted to be. We could put him in a cave. We could put him up in the mountains somewhere. Wherever he wanted to go, we could all just go on a pilgrimage, and just take him and put him wherever. And he's like, screw that. You ain't burning me. Lady G, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Roland's over here trying to get us all to become convicted criminals. That would be considered desecration of a body. We can't do that. We could bury you in your yard. If you own property, we could do that. There's options, people. There's options. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. How did we get on a damn tangent? Oh, sidetracked about where we going to bury Roland. We can't put him in a cave. But Roland, if this is a concern of yours, I can help you find somewhere to go. We'll figure it out. I got freaking connections with people. We'll figure it out. We'll point you in the right direction. But today, I'm bringing you 4 of the funniest stories that ever happened to me working in this line of work. This happened at my own funeral home. These are the situations Luna got caught up in over the time that I was working. Now, will there be a part 2? Well, I don't know. We'll see next Saturday. I might be able to come up with, a couple of more. But these were the 4 that actually stood out as probably being the top 4 craziest things that ever happened to Luna in my 27-year career of having my own funeral home. Now, the people that was here the last time I went live, I gave y'all some cliff notes on a story. Now, everything that I will be telling you in these stories is true and factual. This really happened. And when you're a funeral director, these are the situations you get stuck in sometimes. And you want to, it's hard not to laugh. You want to compose yourself, keep yourself in a professional manner. But sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot do that. Now, don't do that in front of the family. That's a big no. But you want to do it, if you're by yourself, go ahead. And there is Jonathan. What's up, Jonathan? My friend Jonathan has a channel, Crossover Paranormal Society. If y'all are into paranormal stuff, ghost hunts, things of that nature, anything paranormal, go sub up to Jonathan. He's got a great channel. Great people hang out over there. Very welcoming channel. But Jonathan, it's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. I'm doing good. Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Jonathan. You had me a little concerned there for a little bit because I went back and watched some of your replays. I'm like, oh no. But I hope you're doing a lot better. Roland just dropped the link. Thank you, Roland, for dropping Jonathan's link. But it is good to see you, Jonathan. Yeah, he has a great channel. Him and his dad go out and do paranormal investigations. They stream them live. Then he does other lives also on his channel. Great channel. Like I said, I'd recommend it to anybody. And it's a channel too where if you got kids or young people in your house, grandkids, you could still go and it let them watch it too, because no language, none of that over there. It's a very clean channel, very family friendly. But yeah, I'd recommend Jonathan's channel. I really would. Because I like when him and his dad go out and do the paranormal investigations. I get a lot of enjoyment out of watching that. And I think there's other family members that he has that does it too. But, yeah, great channel. Like I said, if that's your thing, get over there and sub. I need to get you on my show soon. Yeah, definitely, Jonathan. I'm down whenever you want to do it. We supposed to done it, and then I got sick with the flu and was sick for a while. But I am well now. But anytime you want to do it, Jonathan, I'm down for it. And then I need to get you scheduled in over here where you can come over and hang out, and we'll talk some paranormal stuff. Just have a good time. But yeah, Jonathan's a lot of fun. And there's all kinds of other paranormal channels that go to his channel. And that's where I, got to know some other paranormal channels was through his channel. So, but yeah, all of them got good content. Some of them's over in the UK. I watch one that's in Australia. It's interesting to me. It really is. And I love seeing the stuff in the UK because they go into like the old not abandoned, but they go into like the old historical churches and cemeteries and stuff. And we can't do that here in the States because, they don't be leaving the churches open like that. But over there, I mean, I've seen some go into like some really old historical churches and these old cemeteries. I mean, I love it. And there's another channel too that I watch, Spirit Brothers UK. Now they do a lot of good stuff too. They're over in Europe, and yeah, they are great too. And that's another channel I'd recommend if you're all into it. Yeah, the old world. I mean, some of these churches I've seen them go into. I'm like, how are these places still standing? Now, I don't know if they have services in them still, but you can tell they're just old historic churches. And then, it's usually got the cemetery right there with it. So, yeah, I mean, I have seen some really cool stuff over time watching these channels. Haunted Finders. Now, that name don't sound familiar to me. The ones I watch the most, and I'll be honest about it, I may not always get to go and be with Jonathan when he does his lives, but I always go back and watch his replays, especially when they do their paranormal investigations. And I watch Spirit Brothers UK. Those are probably my two go-tos that I watch. But there's others that I'll watch too. But those are probably my two favorite ones, my two favorite channels to watch. Now, I think with Jonathan and his dad, they just go to some really cool places. They're out on the east side of the country. They go to some really cool places. And then I like watching the other channel because, they're over in Europe and they're going to these old historical cemeteries and all kinds of places. So, yeah, they are probably my two favorite channels to watch. But like I said, I'd recommend either one of them. If that's your thing, then go check them out. But if she stubbed up to Jonathan, you go have a good time with him, Cheryl. And like I said, his channel is very family friendly. And, it is a channel I would recommend to anybody. Then he does, on his way to work, he'll do these very early morning lives. And he'll just take you on that ride to work with him. He just talks about a little bit of everything. He's just doing real life, but it's fun. If you're up that early in the morning, which that usually pops off about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning for me, I went and hung out with him on some of his early morning streams. But anyway, now that I've pitched these channels, go sub up, people. I'm telling you. We're going to get to the grit of it and why you came here today. Back to my track of thought. Did you ever learn the ancient Egyptian mummification process in your studies? Now we read, we did cover it and what it entailed, but it's not something we learned. There was when you start talking about the funeral industry itself, you've got to go back in time. And the Egyptian mummification process, back then, they had their own way of doing things and why they done it. But as far as me, no, I didn't learn it. We read about it. We had open discussions about it. But it's not something, we practice in these times that we live in. But yeah, the Egyptian mummification process, now that's something to read up on. It's a lot different. It was a different time back then. But I can understand why they did what they did. Luna learned taxidermy. She could turn you into a trophy. Well, I don't know about taxidermy or turning you into a trophy, but I can make you look good for people to come look at you. All those canopic jars. Yeah, it is a very interesting thing. And maybe, Janica, I don't know if there's an interest in this kind of thing. Maybe one Saturday, as part of the Tales from the Funeral Home series that we're going to be doing in here, maybe you come up on panel and we will just have a discussion about the Egyptian mummification process. Because I know what I know, and I know you've probably studied a lot on it too, but it makes for interesting conversation because it's back in the ancient times. They definitely did things a lot differently than we do now. So yeah, Janica, there you go. There's you an offer. I'll have you on panel with me one Saturday afternoon, and we will have a discussion over the Egyptian mummification process because it's all part of the history and how it all began. And they definitely did things a lot different back then. Maybe I can find some photos. We can do a little presentation and kind of show everybody what we're talking about. I recently heard of liquefaction. I'll pass. Yeah, that's. Is it something new? Well, it ain't been around very long. It ain't my thing. It's not something I would want to do. But that's more for, it's considered a more environmentally friendly way of disposition. I would not do it for myself. I would not do it for anybody I know that I would be in charge of. It's just not something that appeals to me, but apparently there is a market for it. I know they do offer this in Portland, and I know there's people that have utilized this service. Would I recommend it? Well, if you are an individual that cares about the environment, it might be your thing. Is it for everybody? No, it's not. Just like green burial, is it for everybody? No, it's not. Do they do it? They do a lot of it here in Oregon, more than probably what people talk about. Is it for me? Well, no. But I know people that would probably do it because they don't want embalming fluid put into their body. So it would be, an option for them. Now, I'm not going to say it's something bad, which it's not. It's just, there's no preservation of any kind done to the body. They bring you in, they'll wash your body, disinfect you. Sometimes they have clothing on, sometimes they don't. They wrap you in a shroud. They take you to your burial site and put you directly into the ground. So, but there are people that think it's a great idea. And if that's something you consider, hey, I can support it if that's what you want to do with yourself. So we used to make Soylent Green. Oh God. Yeah, it's wild. Because I know of a cemetery here in Oregon, not too far from where I live, actually. I could probably be there in an hour. They have a whole 3-acre section of their cemetery that is nothing but designated green burial property because it's gotten to become kind of I can't say popular. It caters to a certain crowd of people. But yeah, they have a whole 3-acre section on their cemetery that is nothing but for green burial. And I'm like, if that's what you want, then hey, go for it. Do your thing because at the end, it's your decision. Bet it smells over in that section. Actually, Cheryl, you can't smell anything. I have been there and I have walked through this, and it looks like it's just a trail through this forested area. There's a stream that runs right down the middle of it. It's a beautiful location. It really is. But no, I didn't smell anything bad. I mean, if you're just walking down this trail, the only way you're going to know that anybody is even buried there, because all of the marking has to be natural. They're either marked by rock or they're marked by, they might have planted flowers there. There's no granite headstones. There's none of that like in a regular cemetery. Everything's marked naturally. And if you're walking through there and you ain't paying attention, you'd walk on that trail, you'd walk right by a gravesite and not even know it. I mean, but it is a beautiful area. I will say that. It is very pretty where this is. This is an idea. We could go on a field trip and I could take y'all there and walk you through it. I should get a reception there, but I could go show you what this place looks like. But, they've got that, and then they've got the big actual big cemetery. But this is a section that's just for Green burial only. That's the only way you're going to get in that area. Because it surprises me because I think when I was out there and I was talking to them, hey, Cinnamon, get on in here. I ain't started yet. I'm getting sidetracked here. When I was there and was talking to them, at that time, there was like 40 people that was buried out there that wanted that green burial option. And I'm like, hey, I can support it though, because back, in the beginning, that's how it was. There was no embalming. They just put you in the ground. So, could I support it? Yeah, I could, but green burial was not a thing when I was in the business. It just really started getting popular not too long ago, really. I would say probably within the last 5-6 years, it's really gotten popular. But in Oklahoma, there's no designated green burial place there. Someone would have to give up some land or something, just for this. Is it illegal? Well, no, it wouldn't be illegal. It's just not a thing that you did in Oklahoma. Yeah, field trips would be good, Roland, and I can do that. I've thought about it because I'm like, I got access to a lot of stuff. So this big cemetery I'm thinking about might be a good place to start. I could show y'all around the actual big cemetery because there's some historical figures that are buried there. Then we could just roll on over to the green burial place. I could walk y'all through there and kind of show you around. It's an idea. San Diego has streets of grave markers, didn't even move people. How ominous. Yeah. Oh, you'd love this then, Roland. I got one for you. This cemetery that I'm talking about. Everybody has heard of Wyatt Earp, right? Everybody knows who Wyatt Earp is. The cowboy that lived way back. Tombstone Shootout. Wyatt Earp. His brother and his wife is buried in this cemetery that I'm talking about, along with some other historical figures, but he was one that kind of just stood out right at the top of my head. Because the brother and his wife ended up in Oregon. And they lived here when they passed away. I think he passed away first. And then she passed away, sometime later. But yeah, him and his wife are buried at this cemetery. I'm thinking, how cool is that, But yeah, there's a lot of history in this cemetery where I'm talking about. So this may be a good place to go for the first field trip. Is that the Columbian you're referring to? The Columbian. Okay, I've lost you there. Did you ever have to make up a corpse that looked like Dracula or Catface or anything like that? Oh, I'm going to get to this, Jenica. I got to get into these stories or we're going to be sitting here for the next 3 hours or longer. And I really don't want to hold everybody. But I'm going to start out with this first story. Now, if you was here with me the last time I went live, like I said, I gave you the cliff notes. I kind of gave you some hints along of what this story pertained to. Now I'm going to tell you the actual story, and you will see what was so comical about this story. Now, granted, I'd only been in business maybe 6 months. There's a couple of haunted cemeteries in Portland. Oh, yeah, I've heard about them already. Um, yeah, I was fairly new. I was new in the game, is what I'd say. I get a call this year. 83-year-old man had passed away at the hospital. So I called one of my guys that worked for me. I was like, hey, we got to go. We got to go do this. Okay, I'll meet you up at the funeral home. So we met there about 45 minutes later. We take off, we go to the hospital. Well, apparently he had been ill for a little bit because he'd been in the hospital about 2 weeks about this time. So I told him, I said, you go in there and do what you need to do, because he wasn't that big of a gentleman. I said, go in there and get started. I said, I'm going to go over here, because they had the family in kind of like a private waiting room. I said, I'm going to go talk to them, see when they want to come and see, make these arrangements. I said, then I'll be in there. Okay, he was very proficient. He could do this, and of course the nurses was there helping him too. So it went easy. I went and talked to them. By the time I got back in the hospital room, well, they was done. We was ready to go. I was like, well, let's go. So we left. Now, granted, this was about 1:30 in the morning when we get this call. So I wasn't really paying attention too much. So we get him there. We, put him in the cooler. And I said, hey, I'll see you in, 5.5 hours or so. I went back home and went back to sleep. Got up 6:30, was at work at 7:30, had to meet with the family at 10:30. I'm like, okay, they're going to come in. They're going to make the arrangements. Things going to, this is going to be good. So in the meantime, but this is before I started getting really, really busy. I was like, well, I want to get him out of the cooler and get him in the embalming room, because as soon as I'm done with them, I'm going to go and start, getting him prepared for his viewing. So I move him to the embalming room and just shut the door, lock it, and I'm off to meet with the family. Family comes in. Now, it was to my understanding, as I was told, Mr. So-and-so, we'll call him Mr. Jones, just to have a name. Mr. Jones lived in a retirement community, and he was married. His wife would go see him on the weekends. She'd go and spend Saturday and Sunday with him, and then she would leave and go and stay with her daughter during the week. Okay. Because they had, I get like a little apartments there, like a little 1-bedroom apartment in this retirement community. So I'm getting all the story because the family sitting there telling me, and his wife, she's just a nice lady, and I'm like, okay, well, that's good that you got to go spend weekends with him and y'all did these activities or whatever y'all was doing, and very pleasant family, great family. So we planned the funeral. They went and picked out their things, and I was like, I will let you know. They're like, well, we would like to have the viewing on this day at this time, from like 4 to 8 or something. And they was expecting a lot of people. I'm like, okay, we can do that. We'll put out refreshments for y'all, coffee, whatever y'all want. We'll take care of y'all. So it was done. It was a done deal. They come in, they made the arrangements. The viewing was set. The funeral was set. I knew where we was going as far as the cemetery was concerned, which was the city cemetery. They'd already bought plots. I'm like, we are ready to go. Yeah. So the family leaves. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go back here and start working on Mr. Jones because I've got to get him ready. Told my receptionist, hey, if somebody calls, take a message. I'll be back out here in about an hour and a half. Once I get everything going, I'll come check with you. She said, well, if anybody calls, I'll just knock on the door. Oh, well, okay, if they need to talk to you. Okay. I go back to the embalming room. Now, about 2 hours has passed since I put Mr. Jones in the embalming room. I go in there. And of course, he's got sheets over him, because that's how we left him we left at the hospital with him. So I'm like taking this sheet off of him, kind of unwrapping him out of his sheet. He got his sheet draped over him and then one kind of wrapped around him on the outside. So I take the sheet on the outside one, and I peel all that back. And then I go for the one that's over him, and go and kind of pull it down. And I noticed this sheet is not laying right for some reason. Okay, guys, here we go. Let's brace yourself here. This man had a full-on erection. Mr. Jones, I don't know what was going on with Mr. Jones. I'm in my mind, I know this is not possible because when you look at basic anatomy, for this to happen, you have to have blood circulating through your body. This man's blood was not circulating through his body. So I'm like, what? And I'm kind of just standing there. I don't really know what to do. I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know what's happening here. This ain't even right. So I stand there for about 3 minutes, like, this ain't normal. This ain't right. Something ain't right here. So I'm like, I will be back. That's what I tell him. I'll be back because I talked to the people I took care of. I take all my stuff off. I go out the door and the other door and then go up to the front and where my office is. I call the other funeral director and I was like, hey, are you busy? He's like, no. I said, I need for you to come over here for just a few moments. I said, I've got a situation over here and I'm not sure really what the hell's even going on. That's what I told him. And he's like, I will be over there in a few minutes. Because he knew I was just like, I don't even know what was happening. Yeah, and I'm having to keep a straight face the whole time that I'm trying not to laugh. I was like, I'll be at the back door waiting on you. So he gets there about 10 minutes later. And he's like, well, what's the problem? I was like, you need to come with me because you tell me what is the problem. He's like, okay, because he knew I was serious. I was like, I don't even know what's happening here because this is not even anatomically possible. This could not be happening. Poor Mr. Jones. He's like, well, he said, well, show me what's going on then. So we go in back into the embalming room, and it's plain to see because we've got him draped with a sheet. I was like, that is what is wrong. I said, this cannot be happening. You know this can't be happening because for this to be happening, you have to have blood circulating in your body. This blood is not circulating in the body. He's like, you got some gloves? I said, there's 2, 3 whole boxes right there. And he grabs some gloves. And he's like, I think I know what's going on here. I'm like, I have no idea. So he starts feeling around, let's say that. And he said, you might want to watch what I'm doing because if you ever have to deal with this again, you will have to know what to do. And I'm like, oh, Lord, please, no. This Mr. Jones, 83-year-old Mr. Jones, had a penile implant, y'all. And why it was inflated, I have no idea. The other funeral director could not even explain what happened there. We was both kind of shocked. I'm like, he was telling me what was going on. He said, well, Mr. Jones here has a penile implant. And I was like, have you seen this before? He said, oh, yeah. He said, I've had to deal with it. I'm like, I haven't. I'm laughing by this point. He said, well, I hate to tell you, you may run across this again. I said, but how did it get inflated? That's what I want to know. I'm not in here freaking inflating it. And I know the nurses ain't inflating it. So what the hell? That we never did figure out how it become inflated. He said, was it like that last night? I said, no. I said, it was not like this last night when we picked up Mr. Jones from the hospital. You tell me how this happened. He said, I cannot explain it. Oh, but it gets better, y'all. It gets better as the story goes. So he fixed Mr. Jones. He said, there you go. It's all took care of. He said, even though you didn't watch me, he said, you're gonna, he said, if you have to, if this come, if this ever happens to you again, just give me a call. I'll come back. Locating the abort mission button would be harder than getting the keys in the lock with the part. No, I don't know what he does. She would have answered some questions. Oh, Lord. Now, I embalm Mr. Jones. I do what I got to do, and I'm laughing the whole damn time. I started talking to Mr. Jones. I was like, hey, this is what guys do, huh? When you reach a certain age, you want to get your freak on, you just go get one of these implants. Man, you got the right idea. Me and Mr. Jones was having quite the conversation back there. And I'm laughing the whole damn time. I mean, I cannot control myself at this point, y'all. So I'm trying to find some humor on it. But yeah, Mr. Jones and me, we was having a hell of a conversation sitting in that embalming room. I go out front. I need I need a break. I'm like, I got to go get something to drink. He's fine where he's at. 5, 10 minutes, I'll go back in there. Roland's like, I need to know the doctor. I hope not, Roland, but I can't get that information to you because I don't know. But I hope this is not something that you have to deal with. So yeah, I'm standing in the break room, drinking me some coffee, thinking, what the hell is even happening? I have poor Mr. Jones in the embalming room. His penile implants practically, I guess, malfunctioned. He wanted to go out of this world at full attention. Yeah, it got inflated because the other funeral director, who was a guy that had dealt with this before, knew how to deflate these things, apparently. I mean, I guess there's something you feel for and a little button you push or some shit. I don't know. I didn't watch him do it. And it did deflate. Yes, it did. It deflated. Everything was good. And my receptionist come back to the break room about this time. And I am in here dying. I mean, I am laughing so damn hard I can barely drink my coffee. And she's like, is everything okay? And no. She said, what is going on? I said, if I tell you guys what is going on here, I have to swear you all to secrecy because nobody can ever know. Yeah, like the shoes, Roland, just pump them up. No one can ever know what happened here today because I could get in a lot of trouble for that. And everybody wanted to know, well, what happened? So I proceed to tell them what had happened with Mr. Jones. They're all dying. We're crying. I mean, we're laughing so damn hard. I'm like, oh. I was like, well, yeah, I have to go back in there and finish this up. I said, I'm going to need you here in a little bit because we're going to get Mr. Jones dressed. I'm going to get him all finished up, get his makeup on, get his hair done, get him in his casket, and we're going to get him in the viewing room. Okay. I walk out. I mean, you would have swore this was the funniest thing these people had ever heard in their life. I mean, I'd never freaking seen anything like this before. And I'm like, they're laughing, I'm laughing. I'm like, I gotta go back to work. Hopefully nobody hit that little feller's butt. Yeah, it did not, did it? Well, it got deflated because the other funeral director deflated it. They come over and had to do this for me. When she went to identify the body, she said, can I have some extra time? Maybe. So I go back in here with Mr. Jones. I'm like, I'm thinking this has got to be some of the craziest shit that I have been pulled into since I have started working. We was not taught about this in funeral school. We was not told this could happen. That's why I did not really know what was going on because we was not taught this stuff in mortuary school, people. So I finish up with Mr. Jones. He's embalmed. We get him over into the prep room. We're dressing him. You know, they brought him nice clothes to wear, so we got him all dressed up, fixed up, and got him in his casket, got him to the viewing room. This man's looking sharp. You know, he's looking good. Played with it like a toy. Now, I didn't. Maybe Mrs. Jones did, but no, not me. Eh, I'm like, now we wait. Everybody's still freaking laughing 2.5 hours later when I go back out there to get this guy to come help me. They're all still laughing. Luckily, nobody come in there. Nobody called because I don't think my receptionist could have got through a phone call. It was quiet, luckily. And I walk in there and I'm like, hey, I need your help. If you can compose yourself long enough to come help me. Mr. Jones, a freak, I'd be looking at her strange at the funeral. Oh, yeah, I mean, oh, well, we ain't got to the funeral yet, Roland. We're getting close to the visitation, though. This is where it's going to get interesting, y'all. It's bad enough I'm having to deal with what I seen and what I had to deal with. And poor Mr. Jones, you know. Oh, poor Mr. Jones. So we are set for the viewing. The viewing is going to be on this day at 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. People going to be there. You know, people going to be coming and visiting. Flyers are arriving. You know, things are going off good. Mr. Jones looks good. I mean, I got him all spiffied up. He's looking good. And I'm listening. I had to put some food table together for a little cocktail party tonight. Okay, Simmons, she's still with us. She's listening. The family arrived, and I'm like, I told everybody, I said, when this family starts getting here, you better pull your shit together or you're going to just stay in here in the office. Don't even walk out. Don't do anything because we cannot be laughing in front of these people. They are in a time of mourning. You know, we are here to take care of them. So y'all get your shit together because I have to too. So the family arrives, people start coming in. And here's Mrs. Jones, you know, coming in with the daughter and the son-in-law. And I look up and I see her and I want to die. I mean, I'm just thinking, what kind of freaky shit did you and Mr. Jones have going on? Y'all are damn senior citizens, people. Y'all are like 80 and 83 years old. Yeah, this is what's going through my mind. I'm wanting to laugh, but I can't, you know, because I'm there to take care of them. But in my mind, I'm thinking all kinds of things at this point. They are 80 and 83 years old. And I'm thinking, is it, you know, I'm thinking, well, you know, yeah, they're senior citizens. They're still having, you know, I guess, an active sex life. You know, even though Mr. Jones had to have a little work done, hey, do what you do, you know. But I'm just making all kinds of mess. I look up and I see Miss Jones walks in. Oh, it gets better, y'all. So Roland's like, hell no, yeah, this. We get through the viewing. We get through the visitation. Now, in the newspaper obituary, it said the family would be present at the viewing from 4 to 8 o'clock. And then that would be viewing up to 1 hour prior to the service the next day. Yep, geriatrics gone wild, Roland. This is where it gets really interesting, y'all. Now, remember when I told you that Mrs. Jones only went and visited her husband on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, and then she went back home to her daughter's house. The next morning, about 9 o'clock, I have these three little ladies show up at the funeral home. They're there to see Mr. Jones. Okay, well, come this way, ladies. I take them to the viewing room. I mean, and they just have a damn complete meltdown. And I'm like, oh my, yeah. She's sitting to the and I'm like, well, did you know Mr. Jones? Well, yeah, he lived at the retirement uh, community where we lived, and we was all good friends, and and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. But then here was the bomb they dropped on me. They're like, we was his Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm like, I'm looking at these women like, huh? They knew about each other and they didn't have a problem with it. They're like, well, yeah, he spent time with me on Monday and he was with her on Wednesday afternoons and then she was on Fridays. And I'm like, what? In my mind, what the hell? He was a pimp. Yeah, he was a pimp, Roland. He was a pimp. Now, Mrs. Jones did not know about these other women. She knew them from the retirement facility, the community that they lived in. But she did not know what Mr. Jones was up to during the week while she was at home with the daughter. And I'm thinking, and I want to let people mourn because I'm like, Mr. Jones is in this retirement community. He knows he can get some action. He's got the equipment to do it. So he's there friggin' sowing his oats in his senior years while Mrs. Jones is being detained by the daughter. Worked out great for him. He got those great, yeah, I'm so I stay with these three little ladies. Now they don't look to be in their 80s. They look to be maybe in their late 60s, early 70s. I don't think they're quite as old as Mr. Jones is. And I am sitting here and I'm like, what the hell is he? He made them all happy enough to go to his funeral. I'm trying to keep myself composed here. I really am because I'm like, I got to deal with Mrs. Jones. Now I've got to deal with three women that he was having an affair with at the retirement community. This is going to make for an interesting funeral, ladies and gentlemen. So they're like, well, we're gonna go get us a cup of coffee and we will be back for the funeral. I was like, yeah, we'll open the door at this time. They were ready to come and pay their final respects to Mr. Jones. I'm like, yeah, I probably would be too. Because y'all was getting serviced You know, hey, do what you do. I'm not judging. So I go back in the office and I go in there and I sit down. This is where everybody else was at. You talking about laughing even harder. I'm crying and I'm like, I've got a freaking funeral kicking off in 45 minutes. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this. It was bad enough. He hit me with a penile implant. Now I've dealt with the mistresses. What else is going to happen? This you don't hear about this stuff ever happening. The family like and we move this along. And they're wondering why I'm laughing so hard. I'm like, y'all ain't even gonna believe this. You ain't gonna believe when I tell you this. And they're like, well, what is it now? And they just die. They're like, are you shitting us? I was like, no. They openly admitted to it. Who was Monday, who was Tuesday or Wednesday, and who was Friday. I'm like, I can't with this. I can't with this. And they're like, well, you're going to have to because you still got a funeral and a graveside to get through. I was like, I can't, people. You don't understand. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sitting there dying. And I'm thinking, no, I have to do it. You know, I ain't got a choice because I am who I am. So I go back into my office. Mr. Jones lived in his old years. Yeah, Mr. Jones was living it up, literally at the retirement community. Janica would be side eyeing those women with a grin and a wink. Yep, it was wild. May have been a soldier and wanted to go out waving his flag. No, he was not a veteran. I do know that. I go in my office. I'm like, okay, I got to touch this makeup up that I've literally sat here and have cried off for the last 20 minutes. Got to make myself presentable because we got a funeral. That door is going to open in like 30 minutes. You know, I've got to freaking get myself pulled together. And everybody else had their jobs. You know, we set up the thing out there with the books so everybody could sign the registry. And, you know, we got another person worked there, was handing the programs to them as people was coming in, signing the book, you know, and then I had two of my guys inside of the chapel that was seating people. I'd have to be sedated. Man, I'm telling you. And here I come. Yeah, I'm like, God, I just gotta keep myself together for a little bit. I cannot laugh. And I was doing very good with it until here come them three little women walking in the door. I turned around, I told one of them guys, I will be back. So I went back to my office, shut the door, proceeded to laugh for a good 6 minutes. And I'm thinking, okay, pull yourself together, get back out there. You got a job to do. Family, you know, some of the family would, you know, they're going to be here. Some of them were already there. I've got to go check on them, make sure everybody's good. So I go back out there. The little ladies, they've already been seated. So I'm like, okay, well, that's going to keep me from laughing. I have the family, you know, in a different room because they're brought in at the very end after everybody is seated. You know, we bring the family in. I walk in, I'm doing good, and look up, and there's Mrs. Jones. I'm like, oh my God, not again. Not again. Don't laugh. Don't do anything. Compose yourself. Act like a professional. So I do. I asked her if there was anything she needed. Nope, she was fine. I was like, well, you let me know if you need anything. I'm here for you and your daughter. If you need anything, if we can do anything for you, you just let us know. Okay, thank you. I said, you'll be brought out here shortly. We're going to wait till everybody's seated and we'll be bringing the family out, which I had to lead the family out. So I've got everybody lined up behind me. I'm not having to look at them. But as soon as this door opened, there's Mr. Jones. I'm wanting to die, but I can't because I got to bring this family in. So I bring the family. I'm thinking, God, don't let me laugh because this would ruin me right here. This, help me keep my composure. So I bring the family in. I get everybody seated. Make sure they got plenty of Kleenex, everything they need. Mr. Jones was sleeping with half the funeral, no doubt. Mr. Jones was getting around. Little did Mrs. Jones know, which she didn't. And that's just not something you want to tell somebody, especially at that time. All I needed was a damn family uproar because Mr. Jones was sowing his oats at the retirement community. Anyone else visualizing this? I didn't have to visualize it, Cheryl. I lived it. this it's so crazy. I mean, it's so crazy. So I go back down the aisle. I'm standing in the back of the funeral home by the double doors with the other two people I work with. I'm like, I will be back. I step out of the chapel. I go back to my office. I shut the door. I laugh for like 6 minutes, pull myself together again, and go back out. Yeah, he was the town. Yeah, I mean, this was wild. And it made me start thinking, Roland said he was sleeping with half the funeral. Now, I knew of the three little ladies that he was having activities with, let's put it that way. And there was some older women there too. It made me started thinking, because I didn't know if they lived at the retirement community or not, if it was just somebody that knew. It made you wonder if this happened with them. But you don't ask questions like that. Mr. Jones was a prominent man of the senior citizen community. He will be truly missed. He wasn't retired. He was Guess he got their bingo cards wet. Yeah, I guess so. So I'm standing here with these other two people that work with me. We're standing in the back of the chapel. And I'm like, this has got to be some bad nightmare. This cannot be happening. This cannot be real. There is no way this can be real. It's just too crazy. You can't make this stuff. Mr. Jones had a profound effect on his community. Everywhere he went, he put a smile on their faces. There you go. And the guy that went with me to the cemetery, I mean, I knew he wanted to laugh, but he held it together. Everybody else was just hiding out. It was just me and this guy that was with me and that went to the cemetery with me and one of the other women. Me and her was wanting to die. This guy was like, y'all better not do it. You know, he'd be like looking at us like, y'all keep your mouth shut. We get through the funeral. So the friends do the final walk by, and then there was a side door that took them outside. The family is always the one that goes last. So we get all the friends out of there, and people that turned up to pay the respects to Mr. Jones. We could write all kinds of funny obituaries about this one. Oh, that's facts. That is fact. I thought about that after this was all over, Roland. The obituary I could have wrote after living it. I was stuck in the middle of all of this, trying to just get through the funeral by this point. Did it whistle when it deflated? I did not hear any whistling. I did not hear anything. So that was, I guess, a no. So here we are. I am with the family at this point in the chapel, me and this guy and the other lady that worked with me and the minister, you know. And so here they come, they're they're there to do their last time of seeing Mr. Jones. His wife, bless her heart, and she is a grieving widow. I mean, she is just taking this so hard. Poor little thing. I felt so sorry for her. She wasn't big as nothing. I could have probably threw her over my shoulder and packed her out of there. I mean, she was a tiny, tiny little woman. She come up. She's talking to her husband. Thank you for almost 60 wonderful years, blah, blah. She's doing this spiel, and we just let her have her time. I will never forget all the wonderful things we did, all the great memories we made. Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, keep it together. We just got to get the family out of here. So we let her have her time because once that was over, the casket was shut. It was sealed. That was the last time they would see Mr. Jones. So, after that one, cut a serious monologue. We shut the casket and we seal it down and we're off to the cemetery. Well, we loaded up in the hearse. Us and the pallbearers, we get it all loaded up. We are off to the cemetery by this point. I'm in the passenger seat. The guys that works with me, he's driving. And he's looking at me. I'm over there, touching makeup up because I'm like, God, I didn't cry. I didn't laugh, but I could now. He's like, you're going to start laughing. I said, no, I'm not. And luckily, I had sunglasses with me for this funeral because it was in the summertime. So we're out there. I get out of this hearse. I got my sunglasses on. And I'm like, if these people could only see my eyes right now. Well, guess who shows up at the cemetery? Well, there was a few people that went to the graveside. I wonder if they played He's Just a Gigolo. No, we had regular funeral music, gospel hymns that they want to play. They all smoked a joint and laughed all the way to the funeral. Yeah, the three little ladies showed up at the cemetery. And I was doing good until I seen them freaking pull up and get out of the car. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at this guy that works for me. I was like, But that Mrs. Jones did not know about these three women. That's just it. She knew them from the community where he lived, but she did not know that that was his Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That he was having fun with these three women. He just knew them from the place they lived. Oh, but man, they went right up to her. That's the thing. They went right up to Mrs. Jones, and they're all emotional, and she's emotional, and they're hugging each other. Like, oh shit. I'm standing back watching this play out. I'm just so sorry. He was such a good man. Yeah, and I'm like, man, Miss Jones, if you only knew why they're so emotional. He was such a wonderful friend. Yeah, and I'm like, if you only knew the depth of their friendship, the Cougars have arrived, Golden Girls. And how do you know my husband? Oh my God. She knew these three women, though. This was the kicker because she got to know these three women from her going and staying the weekends with her husband at this retirement community because they all had, like communal break, all their meals together in the dining room and stuff. So she got to know these women through that. Maybe Mrs. Jones let those ladies befriend Mr. Jones. A woman needed a break. I have no idea. I don't think she knew. To be honest with you, I don't think she did. From the way that she was acting toward them, I just don't think she knew. And I'm sitting here and I am looking at this woman. And she was a very likable lady, too. She was a sweet little lady. Mrs. Jones, I'm sitting here, I'm standing there and I'm looking at her. The way that she is with these three women. And I'm like, you're so sweet to these three women. But you don't know these three women be sleeping with your husband when you ain't around. You do it. Yeah. That's it. 70 years. She'd had enough. Yeah. No one could butter a biscuit like Mr. I don't know what's even going on here because it's almost like Mrs. Jones and her grief was consoling these three women. Like, this cannot be happening. What the heck? So I don't say nothing. I'm just sitting back watching all of this play out. As it's playing out, my mind, there is like 100 things going through my mind. But I'm being all cool and calm and collected over here on the sideline, letting it play out because I'm like, she does not know. There's no way she knows that these women are doing this with her husband. She can't know, not with the way she's acting. So the little ladies, they go and they stand with everybody else for this graveside service. God let me wake up from this dream. I didn't know if it was a dream or just a nightmare because I'm thinking, I'm thinking all hell's gonna break loose at any time because if Mrs. Jones knows, she's waiting until they freaking put her husband in the ground and she's gonna just go damn psychotic on these three women. If she knows, but I don't think she did. Y'all thought Mr. Jones' funeral was something. Wait till you see Mrs. Jones. I don't know about that. But I don't think, I think she was she come across to me as a type that was very devoted to her husband. I don't think she would have ever, messed around on him. You could tell she genuinely loved this man. And I'm just because the talks I had with her, she was very devoted to this long marriage they had, the daughter, the grandkids. It was all about the family to her. Now, I don't know Mrs. Jones on a personal level. I just knew her from the times I sat and talked to her. But I'm thinking, I don't know, would Mrs. Jones be doing something like that? I didn't see it in her, but that's not saying she wouldn't. But as committed as she was to family and her husband, she may have not had done it. So the minister's doing what he does, and I'm standing behind everybody because I'm like, if Mrs. Jones knows about these three women, she is liable to pull a damn gun out when this is over and start shooting. I wanted to be behind everybody so I'd at least have a chance. Don't bury me. I'm just, I'm wanting to laugh because this kind of thing does not happen to nobody. I don't care how long you have been in this line of work. This kind of thing does not happen to anybody. But I'm dealing with it. I'm right up in the middle of it. And I'm like, I don't know what to do at this point. And then I start thinking about Mr. Jones. I'm thinking, man, you just a player, you just a player. And I start laughing. I'm wanting to. I kind of sniggered to myself. And when I did, I just backed up. I just backed up about 5 feet because I'm already behind everybody. I'm like, no, you can't do this. You can't laugh. You got to keep yourself composed. Think of something else. Let's in our minds. Let's take a trip. Let's go somewhere. We're walking along the beach. We're in the sun. I'm trying to occupy my brain so I don't have to think about it. And in my mind, I'm thinking, hurry up, preacher. Let's get this thing, pick up the pace, man, because I don't know how long I can hang out on this sunny beach while you are doing your thing. So it gets done. I go back up and I look at the guy that's with me, that works with me. And he's looking at me like, you didn't laugh. No, I didn't. I managed to keep myself together. So I go back around to where the family's sitting because they always sit in the front row, and I'm going through talking to everybody. Got the son-in-law, the daughter, the Mrs. Jones, the grandkids. I'm talking to them all. And we leave. I walk away, go back to the hearse. The guy's there. And he's like, well, that went better than I thought it would. And I'm like, I'm kind of looking back, like where everybody's at, and everybody's just kind of hanging out, talking. And I'm thinking, I think it's safe for us to leave. I think they'll be okay. And that's what he asked me. He said, do you think Mrs. Jones didn't know about these other women, did she? And I said, I don't think she did. He said, I was watching her. He said, she was just acting a little too nice to have known about these three other women. And I said, well, that's what I'm thinking too. He said, if I was a gambling man, I would say that she did not know. So we get, where we take off. We're leaving. We get through the gates of the funeral home, or the funeral home, the cemetery. I burst into tears. I'm laughing so freaking hard. I'm like, did this just happen to me? I'm like, this is a story that is so freaking out there that nobody is going to believe me when I tell them. They're going to think, what kind of people was you taking care of? You don't know. Everybody's got their own story. We get back to the funeral home. We walk in. Everybody's kind of just hanging out. And they're like, oh, well, how did it go? That's all it took. It got me laughing again. God, don't even talk to me right now. I was like, I can't do this again. Everybody's standing there laughing. I was like, I'm going to my office. I will be over there. If y'all need me, I'm just going to go chill out now and get my thoughts together. So I go to my office. And I'm sitting in there and proceed to just laugh for the next 2.5 hours because it's so crazy that I'm like, this is wild. Who does this? Why me? I'm asking myself all these questions. And I'm sitting there at my desk praying to God, don't ever let this happen to me again, because there is no way I would ever be able to compose myself a second time. Please, God, spare me of going through this again. So we get through that day, we go home. We come back the next day. Nobody's really saying anything. And the laughter's kind of went away by now. And I'm sitting there and I go into the break room and somebody come through there and they're like, was there a lot of people at Mr. Jones's graveside service? And I'm like, oh my God, that's all it took. I started laughing again. You stop thinking about it, but it comes back more. Yeah, I mean, I was just like, I am not doing another like the days I have had leading up to this point. We're not doing this again. So I go to my office and I'm sitting there having my coffee, just working on some paperwork, and the phone rings. Well, guess who it was on the phone? Mrs. Jones calling me the next afternoon, thanking me for such for me taking such wonderful care of her husband, for making him look so good, even though he'd been sick there for a couple of weeks. And she said, I don't think, she said, I ever seen him look any better. She said, you've done a really good job. She was thanking me for all of this. And thank you for taking care of our friends, our family, blah, blah, blah. And I told her, I said, well, it was my pleasure. It was quite the funeral. I will say that. And that's what I told her. And she's like, oh, well, yeah, so many good friends came. So many good friends came to say goodbye. Oh, God, she does not know. She does not know. Family members must be interested in personality and appearance. Man, I have met some characters over this job. But yeah, Mrs. Jones lived another 8 years before she passed away. And I got to take care of her too. But there was no stories there with her. Mr. Jones was a Rolling Stone. He pumped it up from his phone, and when he died, he was. So now you see, you got the full story on why it was so hard for me to get through this whole situation. Because first it was Mr. Jones, then here was Mrs. Jones, and then here was the three women. I'm like, I could write a damn book off of this shit. This don't happen. And I'm like, oh my God. But no, when Mrs. Jones passed away, it was a very quiet, respectable funeral. She had been a housewife, took care of the kids, the grandkids. It was all about family and, all of that. That would be a movie, The Awkward Funeral. No doubt, Roland. And it all started with deflate debate. Because Mr. Jones decided to give me a surprise right out of the gate. I'm like, I look back on it now. It never happened since then. Well, I don't know. Hang on to that. When you hear this next story, y'all ain't gonna even know what thing about this because I was in shock for a damn 2 days over this, even after the funeral. We so had to tape it to his leg. No, we didn't. I didn't have to tape it to his leg. I mean, once it was deflated, things are okay. But damn, you walk in on something like that and you're like, what the hell is it? And it's not possible because, like I said, blood has to be circulating for that to happen naturally in a man. So I'm like, this ain't happening. Yeah. This man's blood ain't circulating. It hasn't for freaking hours. What is going on here? Needless to say, I was shocked. I was shocked because I'm like, I don't even know. Yeah, but for me to have to call the other funeral director was it embarrassing? Well, no, but it wasn't embarrassing because I didn't know what was happening. What was wrong with Mr. Jones? Why was this going on? I don't know. All I know is I got a situation that needs to be addressed, and at this point, I don't know how to address it. It was epic. Oh, that's just one of the four. Luna is a storyteller. No, I'm just telling you real life experience, Roland, because these things I had to live through. I was up in the middle of all of this stuff. And this is kind of giving you an idea at things that Luna got freaking pulled in the middle of that I'm like, what? The second story isn't funny. Well, yeah, it had its funny moments, but it had those what the hell moments too. I got a phone call. There was a young man, he was about 24, had died in a car accident. So I go get him, bring him back to the funeral home, meet with his family the next day. Very, very nice family. Just What a great family. I'd probably been in the business about 6 years at this point. And they was just so nice and just so easy to work with. Yeah, I mean they lost their son, but they, you know, they was able to come in and make all the arrangements for him. They brought him they brought me his clothes because the mom had called me and asked me what she needed to bring clothing wise. I told her. Chatty's clothing with her and everything. I mean, they walked in prepared for it. And they picked out very nice things for their son. And he was a college student and worked part time. And I'm like, oh, this is just sad. This is sad. And they're like, well, my nephew is going to be dropping off a CD for you of music that we won't play it at his funeral. Okay, we can do that. One of my guys was my tech guy. He did all the music for the funeral. I was like, just have him bring it to me and I'll give it to our tech guy. And at the day of the service, he'll have all the music and we'll stage it all and, he'll do it all and everything will be good. I took care of him, had his viewing, a lot of young people, people his age and a lot of family. He come from a big family and had lots of friends and it was great. And I'm like, this is good. So the next day we are preparing for his funeral. His funeral was 11 o'clock that morning. So we are getting everything set up, getting the programs, making sure everything is just on point, getting him all, getting him set up in the chapel, getting all the flowers and everything done. Beautiful flowers too. And we're sitting there like, well, okay, well, they people should start showing up here shortly. Well, people start showing up. Well, wait, okay. Yeah, people start showing up, just normally dressed young people. It's sad. They're sad. I'm sad for them. And I'm like, God, you lost your friend. He's so young. And that's what kind of stuck in my mind, how young he was. And then these people showed up. They come through the door coming into my chapel. These people were dressed goth. I mean, goth. All you couldn't have got any more goth than these people were. Paper white face, black lipstick, black eyes, dressed in black from head to toe. I'm just like, I didn't say nothing. They were very nice, though. Very nice. They were young people, too. Very, very polite. So they go on, they sign the book, they get their program, and they go on into the chapel. They start coming in there then by like groups of 10. These people are dressed in gothic clothing. I mean, I am like standing there. I'd never seen anything like that. And the more that came in, the worse it got. And I'm like, what in the hell? This is what's going through my mind. They got into your funeral makeup, Luna? No, they did not. Now all that stuff's locked up, Roland. And everybody, my employees are standing there looking at me. And I'm looking at them, but they were all so polite, though. I mean, very, very polite, very reverent, very quiet. They come through, they signed the book, they got the program, and went and found them a seat. You should have sold them everything. Oh, they would not. No, I can't do that, Roland. I ain't gonna sell my makeup to a bunch of people. So, and that stuff costs so much money, Roland. You have no idea. I don't think I could sold it all and made back what I paid for it. Trust me. So I'm standing here and I'm looking in my chapel at this point. All I see is all these gothic dressed people, and they're still coming in because my chapel would hold 300 people. And I'm like, this is like being in a Marilyn Manson reunion, a convention or something, because I'm like, what the hell? I'd never seen nothing like it. I mean, I'd seen some young people dress goth here and there, but not when you have 300 people in your funeral chapel dressed like this. This is like a big group of people. And then you got the family up, you got the family and they're just dressed normally. And then there's a few that's dressed normally kind of sprinkled in there. And I'm like, I don't even know what's going on here. But I'm thinking, well, they ain't causing a problem. They're very nice, very polite, very reverent, very quiet. And I'm like, okay. I didn't say nothing. You had the set of the Lost Boys. I had something rolling. So we shut the doors, the big double doors. This funeral has started. And I'm like, okay, I need to go up here and talk to this guy because I got to make sure everything's good with him. My tech guy was in a room that was built kind of above the chapel there where he had all his stuff set up. And I was like, are you good to go? And he said, yeah. He said, I'm just waiting. Because he knew when to play what when. Song 1, 2, 3, they was numbered. That was like 4 different songs and they were all numbered. So he knew when to plug them in there. I was like, okay. He said, what is going on? I said, I have no idea. I mean, it kind of freaked us out because we had never seen anything like this. And I'm standing there in the back. The minister's doing his things, saying whatever he's saying. And the minister got done speaking and said down, well, it's time for some music. This music they had to this day, I still don't know what we was listening to. I could not describe what we listened to. It only had, I think, the first song only had like 6 words in the whole song. The rest of it was like instrumental. And everybody's looking at me at this point. All my people that work for me, they're all looking at me like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah. What was that? I don't know. I'm wanting to laugh because they're kind of freaking out. And I'm like, I don't know. So the minister gets up and says a few more words. He reads through the obituary pretty much. Probably New Age classic. Yeah, Janica, I don't know. I had never heard anything like this in my life. And I know music. And that was something I had never heard. I'm like, I don't even know what we're listening to. It might have been New Age classic. I mean, I don't know. It's just something I'd never listened to. So the minister reads the obituary and he sits down. Well, here we go for song number 2. The song started out with some instrumental. And then I still don't know what the guy said, but then you heard him screaming like 3 or 4 different times. And he says some more lines and he starts screaming again. It sounded like some kind of heavy metal. it was kind of a twist between, the only way I could describe it would have been a twist between heavy metal and Marilyn Manson. I mean, and I don't think that was Marilyn Manson. I don't know who it was. And everybody turns around, they're looking at me again, like, what the hell was that? I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna go and freaking see if I can find out. Grunge, I mean, it could have been. I don't know. It's not something I was familiar with. So I go and I talk to my tech guy because he's kind of a younger guy. I'm thinking maybe he'll know, what. I go in there and I'm like, what are we playing? And he's like, I have no idea. He said, I'm just going down the list, going down 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's like, I have never heard of any music like this before. It could have been grunge. I mean, I'm like, wow. Nobody knew what we was listening to. But apparently some people in the people that was there knew what it was. But I'm like, I don't know. The third song rolled around, and I'm at this point, I'm kind of freaking out because I don't know what's going on. I'm starting to inch a little closer to that door by this point because I'm like, we have no idea what's getting ready to happen in here. We are in this room with these people. We don't know what kind of music they're playing. They could be getting ready to do some kind of satanic ritual or something on us. We don't know what's happening. Because I was kind of freaking out a little bit because I'm like, I don't know. And I get out there, I leave. I go out the door and I motion for the other ones to come with me. I said, let them do their funeral. We will stay out here because I don't want to be in there. I don't want to be in. And they're like, we don't either. We'll just wait for the preacher to get done. And then we'll go in there and we'll do what we got to do. And hopefully we survive. I'm like, oh God. Because the music, I think, is what freaked us out the most because we had never heard anything like that before. They didn't start chanting, did they? No, we didn't hear no chanting, but man, that music just kind of gave us all an eerie feeling, I think. So here we go. We sneak out the back door, the double door, and we're just standing out there in the freaking foyer waiting for them to get done with the service. And then we'd go back in there and do what we had to do. That poor tech guy, he'd come out of there and he's like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea. Because everybody was like, what is going on? They're laughing. They're looking at me, and I'm like, I don't got the answers for you. I don't even know what's going on here. Yeah, there wasn't no snakes, nothing like that. And everybody's freaking out. And I'm like, I don't got answers for you. This family did not tell me about and I'm starting to laugh at this point because I'm thinking this family did nothing. They did not tell me anything that any of this stuff would be going on at this funeral. They had to have known something. It sounds like a Penny Dreadful experience. It was something, Janica. And to this day, I still don't know what kind of experience it was, but it was something. So the funeral's over. we go, we do what we got to do. They would pay extra. Man, I don't know. No, I didn't charge them any extra, but we go to the cemetery. Yeah, I feel bad for the parents. I mean, they did take it hard. That day, it hit them. It hit them hard, too. So my heart was with this mom and dad. And after the service was over, the graveside service, well, here come all of these people. They went to the cemetery too. I'm like, damn, they're following us. We ain't gonna be able to get away from them. So they all show up at the cemetery. I did do a Halloween funeral one time. And that was kind of cool though. Because it was done right, but it turned out really cool. And so all of these people dressed in goth followed us to the funeral or the cemetery. They all show up. And every one of these people got black roses in their hands as they are walking up. I'm like, my God, what's going to happen here? I'm sorry, as a parent, I'd be rude. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't even know what's happening. And it got to me to the point I wanted to laugh. I really did, because I'm thinking, if this is some freaking joke, somebody trying to play on me, it's good. It's really good. So the graveside's done. I go and I talk to the parents. And I was like, well, there's a lot of people showed up, for your son's service. And they're like, yeah, wasn't it great? And I'm just standing there looking, like, what? And they're like, these were all his friends. And they like, and he was part of that goth community. And I'm just standing there looking at these people like, you could have told me this little tidbit of information, because you have freaked out all of my damn employees. They don't know, they didn't know what was going to happen. And I was like, well, if he was part of this community, then why didn't you dress him like that? Maybe it was the last wishes of the son. Yeah, I mean, he was really good friends with all these young people. And they're like, well, we knew he was part of that gothic community, and we'd seen him dressed that way, but we just couldn't do it for his funeral. We just couldn't go that far with it. Yeah, because he had on, like a nice dress shirt and some khaki slacks. I mean, they had him dressed real nice. They're like, but we drew the line there. We just couldn't do it. Now they'd be like, yeah, but these are all his friends. They all come out dressed, in their gothic dress. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, you could have told me all this instead of surprising me with these people showing up at my funeral home looking like they were getting ready to go to a Marilyn Manson concert. I mean, it was so bizarre that it was funny, because afterward I laughed pretty damn hard about it. But I'm like, at that moment, what made me kind of crack up was how much my employees were freaking out, because they're looking at me like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. So I'm laughing at them. And they're like, we don't know what's going to happen. I was like, I don't either. I mean, I got a lot of laughs out of them and their reactions, because these people, I don't know if they were freaking out, if they were scared, or what was going through their minds, but they was looking for the closest door Like, well, you know, the door out of this building is just so many steps away. I mean, you could see it calculating in their mind like something bad was going to happen to us. So, we ain't going anywhere. We're going to stay right here. We're going to see this through because it's a funeral. This is what we do. And they're like, we don't do this. God, people. But yeah, there was the Goth funeral. I only did one of them too. It was, you know, I guess in its own way, it was kind of cool. But yeah, my employees, they were freaked the hell out. I mean, I have never seen them act like that before. I was laughing at them because they was freaking out so bad. They'd be like, what's going on? You know, almost in tears. I'd be like, I don't know. The unexpected, exactly, Roland. The unexpected. And that's what made this job so great because of the unexpected things that come with it. And that, my friends, was the Goth funeral. The only one I ever done. Never done it again. That was just a one time thing. And I'm like, I don't think I could do that. I think all my employees would have quit if that would have happened. The costumes alone would have been neat to look at. Yeah, I mean, it was different. It was definitely different. And like I said, I'd seen some young people, you know, with the golf clothing on here and there. But when you get a group of 300 of them together, that's a whole nother experience in itself. Because you're like, don't even got words for this. Ever do a furry funeral? Nope, never did a furry funeral. And that's one thing I never done. But this next story, I told you I had a story about a lady. This next story had me freaking dying. When I mean, and I'm the one dealing with all of it. This lady was like 58 years old. Now, no furry funerals, and I won't ever do a furry funeral because I don't do them anymore. That would have been a sight, Janica, a furry funeral. I would have been dying. There's no way I could have composed myself for that. I'd have been laughing at everybody walking in there. I'd have been like, let's see who's got the best costume. Let's give out a prize, shall we? Bring your best costume. It would have been a sight to behold. But this lady, yeah, I'm picturing it in my mind. This lady that passed away, she was like in her late 50s. Now, she was pretty well known in the town. Was she well known for having a good reputation? I can't say that either. Let's just say she liked men. So, you know, people talk in small town. And to me, she didn't have the best reputation. Because I heard people, you know, say some pretty ugly things about her over time. I knew exactly who she was. So she passes away. She has a heart attack. That is what happened to her. She had a massive heart attack and died like at 57. Who gets the call? Me. I go get her. I wait till the next day. Her two daughters come in to make her funeral arrangements. Yeah, she got around, Janica. She definitely got around. And the daughters were real nice, real nice. I didn't know them because they lived out of town. So they come in, mom passed away. We got to go plan the funeral and do all her things. So I meet with them and we get everything arranged. The viewing, the funeral, where she was going to be buried. They put her out in a more of a rural cemetery with her parents. I've dealt a lot with the rural country cemeteries because there was a lot of them there where I was at. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know where this cemetery is. I said that's fine. We'll get everything took care of, and because I'd call the county, my cousin worked for the county, and he's the one that dug all my graves for me. So I'd be like, hey, I need to go over here. I'll meet you there. I know where they want them. So yeah, he would dig all my graves for them. So it worked out really good. I bet she knew Mr. Jones. I don't know if she knew Mr. Jones. If she knew Mr. Jones or not. She might have knew Mr. Jones, who knows? And the daughters are like, well, we would like, if it's okay, can we bring something and put in the casket with her? Well, yeah, that's fine. Families did that. They'd bring little things to put in the casket with their loved one. I didn't have a problem with it. And it ain't illegal. Put whatever you want in there. So I get her all ready, and the viewing come off. There was quite a few people showed up for the viewing. And the next day, we had the funeral. Well, before ever had a funeral with professional mourners, oh, well, yeah, that'll be the next story, Janica. Professional mourners, and you ain't gonna believe who all showed up for this funeral. It is a story, let me tell you. But yeah, professional mourners, that comes with the next story. So before I moved her into the chapel to get everything set up for her funeral, I wasn't really paying attention the night we had the viewing because people was just kind of in and out, and I didn't really go in there and mess with too much. I go in there to get her ready to go get moved into the chapel. And there was, a couple of pictures in there. And I looked down at the right side of her. And in between her and the side of the casket, y'all ain't gonna believe this when I tell you. Somebody had put a sex toy in there with her. And I crack up. I had never seen that before. A sex toy put inside of a casket with somebody. That was another new one. I'd never seen that before. I'm like, what are these people thinking? I'm like, I've got to freaking get her over to the chapel because we got to get this done. And I am dying. I am standing there in this viewing room laughing. I mean, hysterically laughing. Well, here comes some of my employees because they're like, what the heck's going on in there? They come in. I am laughing so hard. I cannot even tell them what I'm laughing. All I could do was just point. Go look for yourself. They go and they look and they start laughing. I was like, I mean, tears are going down my cheeks. I'm laughing so hard. I'm like, I can't breathe. Little fun in the afterlife. Yeah, if she wakes up, she needs fun. My thought was, who put this in there with her? I'm like, I can't. Oh my God. I finally get myself together where I can actually talk to these other two people. I'm like, I've never in my life, in the time I have been working here, I have never seen this before. I said, we cannot just leave it like right there because, there's going to be people at this funeral. You don't want them walking up to the casket and just seeing this leaf right there. It's better than flowers. And they're like, well, what are you going to do? I was like, I don't know. I got to come up with something. Before this funeral starts, I've got to come up with something to try to hide it or something. I won't take it out of the casket, but I've got to figure out how to conceal it here where nobody is seeing this thing when they walk up to this casket. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. And they're like, good luck. And I'm like, oh, God. So we get her wheeled around, I'm took into the chair. I'm laughing in my mind. I'm, how am I going to conceal this thing? Hey, Griswold, get on in here. Good to see you. New bouquet ideas for old people. God. I guess. In my mind, I'm standing here and I'm looking at this. I'm like, how in God's name am I going to hide this thing? Yeah, because I damn sure ain't taking it out, but how am I going to hide it? How am I going to pull this off where I can conceal this thing? Yes, it was battery operated, Jenica. I'm like, I don't have any idea because I've never had this happen. But I've got to conceal this before this funeral starts. And I got an idea. I told him, I sent one of my women, I said, go over to the florist and get me about a dozen pink carnations and bring them back to me. I said, here's the money. Go and make it quick. Tell them you need 10 single pink carnations. They take off. And I'm like, I know how to conceal this thing. So they go, they get the flowers, they get them back to me. And I'm in there playing mad scientist in the break room, cutting these flowers down, arranging them in this styrofoam cup. I'm poking holes and making like this bouquet, this arrangement. And I'm thinking, damn, this will work. Because I cut the cup in half. So I'm just sticking these flowers in there. And I'm like, this will work. So I take this into the chapel. I put this in the casket with her to conceal this toy that somebody had put in there. But I'm like, damn, that actually looks pretty good. You know, it concealed what I'm trying to hide. But yet she got some pretty flowers, you know, and I'm like, hey, this will work because how everything was, it looked good, you know. I'm like, it's not bad for, you know, a last minute thing. So people start arriving at my employees know what's going on at this point. They're laughing. You know, they're kind of snickering to themselves. I'm trying to keep my shit together because I'd never seen anything like this before. I'm like, who does this? Who puts this kind of stuff in with their loved one? I mean, I have seen bottles of booze put in with them, packs of cigarettes, pictures, just all kinds of different things over time, but never have I seen a sex toy put in with anybody. A casket cot would never have done it. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, I gotta figure out who did this. If I have to go back and rewind the camera footage, I will figure out who done. Luna, you missed all kinds of marketing ideas. Oh God. How would I market that, Roland? Is this the extra add-ons that you don't hear about? You know, would you like to add on some things for your loved one? How would I even market that, Roland? I don't even know how you would do it. I'm sure there is a way you could. Is it something I wanted to do? Well, no, not really. Griswold, it was a mess. It was a mess. Roland's like, you should have marketed all these things. Well, I don't even know how I would have started marketing something like that. That would be in the fine print. Yeah, that'd definitely be in the fine print in lieu of flowers. How would I word that? In lieu of flowers, bring your favorite sex toy. Oh, Lord, no, we can't do that, y'all. We can't do that. That ain't even right. So people start coming to the funeral. You know, they start showing up. The casket's open at this point. So they go up, you know, some people didn't come to the viewing, so they go up and they see her and they're like, oh, you know, look at this. They put a real pretty flower, some pretty flowers in here with her. I could hear these people talking. They thought it was just a friggin' arrangement of flowers that we put in there with her, which we did, but not for the reasons they're thinking we did. She went out with a bang. Yeah, I guess that's how you want to look at it. And I'm like, I bought these flowers. I fixed this makeshift arrangement. Little do you know, this is concealing something underneath it. But hey, if you like it, you like it. The daughters show up. You know, they want to go see mom one more time because it was we was going to close the casket at that point, right before the funeral started. And they went up and they're like, you know, and they got there and they see these flowers in there with their mom, and they kind of started laughing at each other. And I'm standing there and they're like, that's pretty good move on your part. And I'm like, well, I went to go move your mother in here to the chapel, and I seen something in there I felt it was a little private. People don't need to be seeing that. And they're like, our mom always had a thing for sex toys, so we figured we would buy her one and send it with her. I'm like, what? You did this to your own mom? They thought it was great. Advertisement, we keep you busy in the afternoon afterlife. Oh God, bang for your buck. There is always that steal from the flowers too. Oh God, this is a future archaeological excavation and investigation. So apparently, this woman, had a thing for sex toys. She liked them. She owned, I guess, a bunch of them. So it was only right that her daughters felt that she, be sent off with a new one. I'm like, oh my God, who would do this to their mother? I'm wanting to die. Come to find out her own kids done this. I'm like, no. And I'm like, oh my God. Helpful for PBS. Mama was a time capsule, I guess. I'm thinking, damn, for you to do this to your own mom, though. They're like, well, we just went down to the sex shop and picked out something we thought she would like, and bought it for her. This is the last thing we could ever bought for her. So we gave her something we thought would make her happy. Oh God. I'm like, I am not dealing with this. And I'm like, I have never heard of anybody going to a sex shop and buying a sex toy for their parent to put in the casket with them to be buried with them. That was a whole new one on me, y'all. Take something with you that the future won't figure out what it is or how to use it. That it was crazy. I mean, I can't make this stuff up, yeah. And the funeral starts. After I talked to them two, I went out the side door and went back around to my office and had to sit there for a moment. Like, did this just happen? Did these two daughters tell me they bought this for their mother? I'm like, oh my God. I was sitting there for about 10 minutes just cracked up. I'm like, I could not make this up because this is so freaking crazy that I thought I will never see anything so crazy for the rest of my career, but God, was I wrong. It gets better, y'all. The daughters thought it was the greatest thing they could have bought for their mom. And I'm like, well, you just paid for a funeral. You bought her beautiful flowers, a beautiful casket piece. You've done your mom right. But you think enough of your mother that you want to go buy her something to put in the casket with her. And of all the things you could have bought to send with your mother, you have to go and buy her a sex toy. Oh my God. Okay. Generally, you need Jesus, but Mama said, hold my casket. I'm going to vibrate when I. Oh, I guess so, Griswold. The only thing I asked the daughters I was like, y'all didn't put batteries in that thing, did you? And they're like, oh no, we didn't put batteries in it. We just took it out of the box and put it in. Like, oh my God. I'm like, y'all either hated your mother and was getting back at her for something, or you really mean what you're saying, that this is the one thing you wanted her to have when she was married. Like, oh my God, people. I mean, I did not know what to do with this situation when I walked up on it and seen what I did. I'm like, what? Glad my late mother got cremated then again. She was an old fashioned. Now, how would you all feel if you was me? Would you, and you had to deal with something like that? Would you be freaked out? Would you laugh hysterically? Would you be in shock? I mean, how would you all feel? I mean, I was just, first I was in shock, and then I just cracked up laughing. Like, what? I mean, it was wild. I guess that's the gift that keeps on giving in the afterlife. Yep, Griswold, I think so. Because, yeah, I mean, these are prime examples, y'all, of some of the stuff I had to deal with. And there'll probably be a volume two. There'll probably be a part two to this because there's other stories. But these four tonight set the standard for what was to come. I'd be in shock, laugh, and say a prayer in silence. Ask the family, do you want this in her hand? Oh my God. You should have acted on it. I didn't know. I just left it alone. You wanted it her hand. Oh, oh, I don't know if I could have brought myself to ask them that. I could have asked them, maybe joking with them. Would I'd have done it? Probably not. But yeah, these four stories here, I mean, set the standard of things that would just baffle me over the years. Yeah. Hey, Randy, what's going on? Come on in. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a thought, Jenica. Could I ask them? Would you like to have this in her hand, or do you want me to just leave it where it is? Because believe me, over the 27 years I've had my own funeral home, the level of crazy and funny just got worse over time. I mean, I've seen things that y'all would not even believe. I mean, but these four here set the standard of what was to come down the line. There is Randy's link to his channel. He got a paranormal channel too. Go sub up. Let's support our fellow channel creators. If the paranormal is something that interests you, I would encourage it. If you have an interest in it, there's some great channels out there. Great paranormal channels. My late uncle owned a tow truck business, so when he passed, his casket was on a rollback. Every tow company in Richmond, Virginia area sent tow trucks to be in the funeral procession. It made the news. Yeah, I mean, there's no law says you have to use a hearse. You can use your own personal vehicle. I mean, the ideal is the funeral home wants you to use their hearse. Why? Because it costs money to use the hearse. But there is no law anywhere that I know of that says you have to use a hearse. You can use your own vehicle. I've done it many times over the years because they asked me about it. Could we take Grandpa to the cemetery in the back of his truck? Yeah, we can do that. It's legal. What's the absolute craziest or weirdest request a family wanted? Boy, I don't know, Janet. I'd have to think about that one for a little bit because I've had some pretty unusual requests over the years. Give me time, Janica. Next Saturday, I will answer this question for you because I'm going to have to really sit down and really think about it because some are better than others are. You want weird or do you just want crazy? That's what I need to know. Or do you want both? Because I'm thinking this next Saturday's going to be a spin-off of this, and we'll just do a part 2. I want a smile on my face. Oh, Roland just wants a smile on his face. Okay. Always said, just change my underwear before you bury me. Oh, yeah, don't we all? We all want a smile on our faces before we have to leave this world. All right, Janica, I will jot down a few things. This will give me time to sit and think about it. Because if I'm going to bring you something, I want to bring you something good. But I've had a few weird and crazy requests over time. I want to pick and choose the craziest and the weirdest if I'm going to bring it to you. So I'm going to need a little bit of time to think about it. But next Saturday, we will do, I'll come in here and tell you. And we'll do the Halloween funeral next Saturday too. I'm making notes right now as I'm talking to you. We'll do the Halloween funeral too next Saturday. Now I don't know if that's not funny. It was just cool. That was a cool funeral. I'll say that because we set that up right. And it turned out really cool. I think it was B.F. Skinner who had himself stuffed. Stuffed? You can't be doing that. That is illegal. I can't be, doing no taxidermy on anybody. This is not legal. In the world we live in the modern time we live in, we cannot do this. It is illegal. That is abuse of a corpse. You don't want to do that. And desecration of a body. They did for real. I don't know how they did it legally though. Because that's illegal. One of them criminologists. Oh God. Well, I would love to know how they got away with this legally, because as far as I know, nationwide, that is illegal. Unless they got some kind of special permission or something. But damn, that would have to come from the government. Because, yeah, nowhere that I know, nationwide, can you legally taxidermy a human body because it is illegal. Dang, now you're gonna make me look into this because I'm like, how did they get through the loophole to get to be able to do it? They would have had to have gotten some kind of special permission to have done it. Jeremy Bentham, the taxidermist. Yeah, they would have had to have gotten some kind of special permission from the government to have done this because if they did not have the permission to do it, and this guy got taxidermied, they would have went to prison for this. This is a criminal act. I will have to look it up. I remember something about from college, and that's been years ago. Yeah, this is bizarre. Yeah, because if you was a taxidermist and you did this on somebody, you are facing some serious prison time over this. I mean, this is highly illegal. He was on display. Oh, wow. Back in the day, yeah, I mean, they had to have gotten some special permission to have done it. That's the only way they could have got around it from a legal aspect of it. Now, if I cremate me, put my ashes in the base so I can feed the crabs and fish and help watermen and fishermen catch their bounty, also grant safe passage navigating the bay, Chesapeake Bay home. Well, if you're cremated, you can do whatever you want, Griswold. There's really no rules to it. Now, I have known people that have took cremains to places that it was illegal to scatter human remains, but they done it anyway. They dang sure did. I'm like, well, as long as nobody catches you, then do what you want. Yeah, this is crazy that they taxidermied this man and put him on display. This is the most bizarre thing. You can make your ashes diamonds now. Yep, you sure can. You can make them into diamonds, and what are you going to do? Say, here, take these diamonds and go have some jewelry made, and you can just wear me around. Yeah. His body was later replaced with a wax replica. Wow. That's how I want, or a dirt track, so I can be running. Oh, God. They're not going to scatter me. I told them, hey, I'll get my own urn. I'll pick my own stuff out. Just don't pour me in the ocean. Don't, if you're going to scatter me anywhere, scatter me on places where I have went and hiked at, because that was probably some of the most beautifulest places I've ever seen in my life. You want to scatter me somewhere, take a little bit of me here and there, and just kind of put me all over the place. Places I've went and hiked, and because you ain't gonna beat that scenery no matter what. I want to be buried with all my ghost hunting equipment so I can keep doing paranormal. Hey, Randy's got requests. I like it. He will be doing paranormal in the afterlife. I like his way of thinking. Never know, Randy. We might cross paths in the afterlife. I'll go freaking do some paranormal stuff with you. I'll be like, hey, let's go find somebody to go. Let's go find some place to go. Now, I like Randy's way of thinking. See, I can't do that because I'm going to be cremated. So my gear will just be passed on to whoever. Yeah, we might, Randy. You never know what's waiting for us on the other side. I mean, nobody's never been there and come back to tell us about it. I've got my funeral planned and paid for. I'm only 44, so hopefully I last a little longer. Yeah, I mean, my stuff was all planned when by the time I was 27, because I started working in the death industry when I was 23 and dealt with a whole lot of families before I got to be 27. And I seen how some families, it was a financial struggle for them. I didn't want to leave that burden on my kids if something was to happen, or my family. So I planned my own funeral, paid for it all. By the time I was 27, I was like, if I check out now, ain't nobody got to pay for nothing. It's already paid for. All they got to do is plan what they want to do, when they want to do it, fill in the blanks. That's what I told my kids. Do I believe in reincarnation? Are you asking me this directly, Roland? I do believe. I think I was a pilot in those days because I'm always crashing. He come off with that. Do I believe in reincarnation? I don't know if he was asking me. That's why I'm like, are you directly asking me this question, or are you asking everybody in general? I have to say I probably do, because I have been places knowing in this life I am in, I have never been there before. I've never seen any of this stuff that I'm looking at. But when I got there, it was like deja vu. Like I knew where stuff was at. I knew which direction to go. Like I have walked this before. And I knew in my mind I had never been there in this natural born life. Now, that's probably why, because I have had this experience happen to me more than one occasion. And most of it is since I have lived in Oregon. That's the crazy part. First time I ever went out to the coast, I went to this place on the beach. It was like like you go there and you be viewing, looking out at the ocean, but I had this trail that led off to the left, and it went for like 2 miles. You could just walk down this paved path and get in all the views of the ocean. I had never been there before. I start walking down this trail, or this paved path. It's like, well, when I go around this corner, there's going to be this rock here, this big rock, and it's going to be shaped like, it's like I had been there before, and I knew I had never been there in my life. It's crazy, some of the stuff that has happened to me since I've been up here. Like, I know I ain't been here before, but I've been here before. My thoughts are that our spirits attach to these bodies and then travel to different ones. Well, I do, Roland. I went to Dairy Queen, and I never have been, and I had a vision of being killed in a car accident pulling out. Well, it is wild. I mean, now I've never seen myself die. I don't know if I've been reincarnated. If I've moved, from life to life to life over time, I don't know how one life ended where I got to start over again. But I've had these past, I don't know, 2, 3, maybe a month. There's been some revelations that's come to me that I'm just like, this makes so much sense to me. Connections to things that you didn't think you had. And when all that starts coming out, you start thinking, damn. Look at life cycles of a tree. It dies, it's dormant, and it comes back to life. A tree is a living thing. So are we. Well, I mean, yeah. But yeah, I've had some crazy stuff happen to me. And like I said, some things, some revelations that's kind of been like, oh shit. It makes sense to me. I think I have maybe walked this earth before because I've had too much stuff happen. Maybe y'all need to start reading the Bible. Some of my late friends always come to me in my dreams. I tell them, save me a seat. Just not yet. Yeah. Now, here's one for you. You meet somebody, you start talking to them, and you know them. You know you do because it feels familiar. The conversations are too easy. You knew them before now. There's connections there with them. You start kind of putting the pieces together. Like I knew you before. That's why the conversations come easy. We're not strangers. We may be strangers in this life, but we knew each other before. It's it's things like that happen to you that really make you sit back and think about stuff. Like I don't know who they are, but yet I know them. It's I think it's a feeling you get. It's like I know them, but I don't know them. But I do know them. I mean, make sense of that, y'all. That's something it took me a minute to sit and think about. I just don't think we understand everything that happens in life. What? Yeah. I mean, I've read the Bible before, but I think sometimes, and I may be wrong. I'm not sitting here being no biblical scholar by any means, but I think maybe there's some things we're just not meant to understand. That's in the Bible. There's no way you could understand everything. That's my take on it. I mean, I may be wrong, but that's how I see it. I don't think we're meant to understand everything. I'm one of these type people. I believe everything that happens for a reason. I study biblical history. Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating thing, and that's something you could spend years on. We don't have the mind of God. No, we don't. Has anyone had a dream about a death and one of your siblings who has passed stepped into your dream to tell you it's not your time? No, I've never had that happen. I look outside the box. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. Um, if we was all given a book of the Bible to read, a chapter out of a book of the Bible to read, we could all sit down and read it. But our interpretation of what we got out of it is going to be completely different. It's going to mean something different to everybody. Nobody's going to, come back with the same answer. And that's something I learned a long time ago. No, I've never had that happen to me either, Sassy, and I really don't want to because I've had two younger brothers pass away. I don't want it. I don't want them coming to me and telling me something like that. It's a personal journey. Yeah, that's it, Roland. It's everybody's spiritual walk, whatever it may be, whatever you believe, is different for everybody. There's what, 5, 6 of us here? We all may, believe in something different. We all may have a different faith that we believe in, and that's okay because it's your own journey, your own spiritual journey at the end. I barely started reading the Bible. Well, it can get deep. I can tell you that. We walk alone. Well, to a degree. Yeah, we do. I was at a party down the street, went to get a bag of smoke on my wild days, heard a hellacious wreck. 5 friends lost their life that night. I was supposed to be in that SUV. So that one, oh, I can understand that, Griswold. Yeah, the Bible, you start reading the Bible, it can get really deep. But yeah, I mean, talking about, your personal journeys, your spiritual path, everybody's different. And we all going to believe what we believe. That does not make any of us wrong. We have our own personal beliefs, and that's my take on it. It is your own personal spiritual journey. Whatever you believe in, whatever faith you practice, it's your own. I credit Weed and, of course, Jesus for saying, yeah, it's some divine intervention there, Griswold. Sounds like. I started reading it, Luna, after we buried my nephew. Oh, no. Yep, just take your time with it, Sassy. Don't get in a hurry. You're only going to read a little bit every day, then just read a little bit because as you progress, it's going to get deep in parts of it. We're all looking toward the same information. Yeah, pretty much. I will always have questions that I know will never be answered. Will they be answered in the next life? They might. They may not. Guess I'll have to wait till I get there. Maybe I'll get the answers then that I want. Yeah, prayers for Sassy, definitely prayers for Janica. They both have lost family members. Like I said, ladies, know you're in my thoughts and prayers during this time. I'm here. You want to reach out? I'm always here for y'all. 5 funerals a week to go to me. It always haunts me still, but I strive for them at least. They were awesome people. Yeah, I mean, I've lost a lot of friends over years too. Never all, 5 at one time, but I have lost a lot of friends over the years for whatever, however reason, they passed. Some car accidents, health issues, accidental. I mean, I never had any take their own life, luckily. But so yeah, I mean, I think we've all lost friends, but dang, 5 at one go, that's a lot. That is a lot to deal with there. But I am going to get to this final story for y'all. Now, I don't know if y'all will get. Only thing I can say is be comfortable with yourself, trust your heart, do no harm, and enjoy what you can while you can. That's it, Janica. You couldn't have said it better. That's what I tell everybody. And I think me being in this line of work, I'm qualified to say it. You got one life. Live it to the fullest because you don't get a do over. That's why I do some of the crazy stuff I do because I'm like, I only got one life. I'm going to enjoy it while I can. I'm going to do what I want while I still can. I feel like, I've had a pretty full life, but I've still got some living to do. Oh, yep, she is a very smart woman, Griswold, because with Janica, I've been around her enough to know she thinks outside the box, but she will bring you some logic, though, and make you think about it a little bit. Now, this final story, I don't know. Y'all may get some laughs out of it. You may be like, what the hell? I don't know what kind of reaction I'm going to get out of y'all. And I've never had this happen. This was a one-time thing only, and I'm kind of surprised, but I'm kind of glad it didn't happen either. There was this man that lived in my town. Now, he was an openly gay man. Everybody knew it. He wasn't ashamed of it. And it was just him. Yeah, that was just him. And he was just a real fun guy to be around. He owned a business there in town. He had a little tea coffee house. And I remember going there. I would go there, pick up lunches from there. I loved eating there because he did like soups and sandwiches and salads for lunchtime. He had the best freaking sandwiches I think I ever ate. And he was always so happy to see people. He loved people, he loved life. And I don't think he didn't have a partner, but he never hid the fact that he was an openly gay man, which I ain't judging anybody for their sexuality. Go do what you want. As long as you ain't hurting anybody, go live your life how you want. But he was just a fun person to be around. Always, was that upbeat, happy mood all the time. So, and he got sick. Give me a wrench so I can subscribe to these. So I can subscribe. What is this even saying? Subscribe to some of these wonderful folks. Well, whose links do you want? I'll get Roland to drop them for you. Just tell him who you want to sub to. He'll hook you up. He's been dropping links in here since I've been going live, or since I've went live tonight. So just tell him who you want to sub to. And so he got sick. He got cancer. And I remember this. And he worked for quite a while, even being ill. Well, it got to the point where he couldn't work anymore. But his employees, he would kind of micromanage from home. His employees run that freaking restaurant for him because that's how much they really liked it. And it was just a place, in town that everybody went to. It was quite the popular place. Well, then he passed away. He had gotten pancreatic cancer and died from it. And, well, I get the call because he always told me, he said, if something happens to me, I want you to take care of me. And I said, well, you better tell somebody that you trust, because somebody's going to have to call me. And if you want me to take care of you, then that's what I'll do. So I get the call. He was home on hospice. I get the call. We go get him and bring him to the funeral home. The next afternoon, two of his friends show up. This man and woman, they show up. They're there to plan his service because he ain't got no family. He was an only child. Both of his parents were gone. So his two friends come and planned his funeral, which I'm okay with that. And he had left instructions with his friends of how he wanted this funeral done. When his time came, he told them, this is what I want. This is how you're going to do it. This is what I'm going to be dressed in. She brought his clothes and everything with her. Very, very nice cut black suit with a kind of a royal purple dress shirt with a black tie. I mean, it was sharp. And I'm thinking, I don't ever remember seeing him ever dressed up like that. Is this something he just bought to be buried in or what? Or is this something that he had that maybe he did wear on an occasion? I don't know. I mean, I never seen him dressed up like that. I always just seen him at the restaurant. So I have the clothes. She brought the clothes. We go back into the showroom, and she's like, well, he had specific instructions. And I was like, well, what did he want? I'm thinking, God, he's going to come at me with something that I am not going to be able to get. He wanted a black casket. Well, I can do that. Which one do you want? Because I can get this one, I mean, there was about 10 of them I could have got in black. She picked out one. It was black. The inside was done kind of in an ivory color. Beautiful casket too. I'm like, oh, that's gonna look good. I said, I'll have everything here. Because I had to call as soon as they left. I called Batesville because I didn't keep caskets on hand. Batesville would bring my caskets in to me. I called them up and I said, hey, I need this casket and I need it like in the morning. Can you get it here? And they're like, oh yeah, we could have it there this evening if you're going to be around. I said, what time or would you have it here? And they said, we can have it there by 5 o'clock. I said, bring it on. So yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful casket. I mean, he had good taste and stuff. I'll say that. He had good taste. He knew what he wanted. He knew I could probably do it. That's why he wanted me to do it. So as we go back and we sit back down, and I was like, well, what, do you have a clergy, a minister? Well, a friend of ours is going to be officiating the service. Okay, well, that'll work too. They don't have to be a minister or a priest or anything. I mean, anybody can officiate a funeral. You don't got to be a minister to officiate a funeral. I have done funerals before. I'm not a minister. I'm not, a pastor. I'm not any of that, but I have officiated funerals before myself. Anybody can do that part. And they're like, and we have special music that he wanted played. I'm like, hey, bring me the CD. But we have some special requests that he wanted. I'm thinking, okay, this is where he's going to get me right here. Because I knew he had this crazy sense of humor. I was like, this is where he's going to drop the bomb on me. I said, okay, what is your request? If I can do it, I will. Dearly beloved, Mr. Jones was a giving man. He loved to. Yeah, poor Mr. Jones. And they're like, well, two of our friends are singers and they would like to sing a song at his funeral service. Hey, I'm good with that. If they got music that they want played for their songs, bring me the CD. I got to have all this stuff, by this day. Bring it to me. Bring me their music. I'll hand it off to my tech guy. We'll have everything ready to go. Well, and then there's songs we want. There was 2 songs he wanted to have played at his funeral. Okay, well, bring me the CD. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Mr. Jones was a little hard on his wife. Yeah, poor Mr. Jones. Oh, hang on just a second, y'all. All right, I am back. He was, yeah, Mr. Jones was a little hard on his wife. I'll have to agree with that. So they're sitting there telling me all these requests. They want these 2 singers to sing at his funeral. Okay, I've done this before. We can accommodate that. He had 2 songs he wanted played at his funeral. Okay, well, we can do that. And they're like, well, the last request that he had, we don't know if you'll be willing to do it or not. And I'm like, well, if I can legally do it, I'll do it. And they're like, well, he wanted this interpretive dance done at his funeral. I'm like, oh God, this is where he's going to get me right here. No, we have these 2, he has these 2 friends and they do this and, they're dancers and they want, he wanted them to do this interpretive dance at his funeral. I'm like, oh, okay. The only thing I asked him, and I should have knew better, but I asked them anyway. They're not strippers, are they? No, no, they're not strippers. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can agree to that. We'll take care of it, you know. We'll get everything lined up, the singers and the dancers, you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, all right. So we set the viewing. Viewing was great. They're like, there's gonna be a lot of people. Okay. I'll put him in the biggest viewing room I got, which that would hold, you know, that it was pretty big. And I was like, so all these people coming, you know, for his visitation, and I'm like, man, this is going to be a big funeral, probably. And it turned out being probably in the top three biggest funerals I probably ever had because the whole chapel was packed. I mean, packed. You couldn't have got another person in there. We had to bring in extra folding chairs and put in the back. Yeah, there was people everywhere, but that's beside the point. We get to the funeral and we got everything signed up. People start showing up. They signed the book and got their program, you know, and everybody was getting seated and they people just kept coming in the door and I'm like, God, where am I going to put all these people? You know, I'm going to run out of space because they just kept filing in there and I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know what to do because we're going to run out of some seats. We got to go grab some folding chairs and start putting them in the back because I think we're going to have an overflow of people. Yeah, but I mean, we got everybody taken care of. The friend gets up and speaks. You know, he says a few words. Well, he sits down and you know, of course, the music selection comes up. One of the music selections, not the singer, but the one of the music selections, and I forgot even what it was. Now, I want to say, I want to say it was somewhere over the rainbow. I want to say it was that. If my memory is right, that is what the song was. So I'm thinking, okay, this ain't too bad. I can deal with this. You know, everything's cool. So the friend gets up and he proceeds to read the obituary. And then there's another music selection that come up. Now I don't recall right off the top of my head what that song was. And man, I can usually remember this stuff too, but I cannot remember the name of this song. And then, you know, the friend gets up and he speaks again for about 10 minutes. Well, here comes one of these singers. Guys, to this day, honestly, I do not know if these were men or if they were women. They were impersonators. I don't know if they were men or women, and I cannot honestly answer that question. One of the singers was Barbara Streisand. The other singer was Celine Dion. Now, if these were women, they were identical. If they were men, they were identical. I could not determine if they were men or they were women. This is how good they looked because just standing back looking, you couldn't have told the difference. I'm like, what? You know, but they sounded great. You know, they did a good job. I have to give them that. You know, their songs that they sung, they done very well. And I'm like, well, this wasn't so bad. Yeah. So the friend comes back up. He's, talking some more about him. And then they have a couple of other people come up and said a few words. And one of them was one of his employees that been with him since day one. And I don't know who the other one was. So now it is time. We're moving into the part where these dancers are going to, and I have not seen these dancers yet. All I know is I am standing in the back of this chapel. My employee comes in there and she taps me on the shoulder and she said, well, apparently these dancers are here and you are not going to believe what you're going to see. I'm like, okay. So I guess, I kind of gave this guy, my tech guy, kind of the cue to start this music. I did not know what was going to come through those doors. I'm just like, oh shit, what is coming through these doors? Because I hadn't seen them. I was inside of the chapel. They was out in the dang foyer waiting for the door to be opened up. The music starts, y'all. The door opens. Here comes these two women. Now they were women, and they looked like a Las Vegas showgirl. I mean, big flamingo feathers and friggin' all. They are decked out to the nines. The big feathers and all this stuff like they would wear at a Las Vegas show. Y'all gotta know what I'm talking about. They come in through the door. They proceed to go up the aisle of this chapel. All I can do is stand back there and laugh. I'm like, holy shit, this is where they got me. He got me right here. He knew I'd get a kick out of this, I guess. Yeah, they were like them damn flamenco dancers. And they are going up the aisle of my funeral home. All the way up to the front. They're dancing the whole time. My God. Everybody in that damn chapel was dying. I don't think there was anybody that was not laughing like, this is so him. Yeah, he would have done some shit like this. They're in the front doing their little dancing. Like, oh shit. What the hell is happening? He took this from a funeral to a damn party. Dancing or prancing. Well, I don't know what you call it. They'd freaking just kind of like standing in one spot, turn around and do whatever they was doing. It was wild. And the music's just going. I'm like, oh my God. I'm thinking, what the heck? Everybody is laughing. I mean, it brought a smile to everybody's face, like only he could have pulled this out of the damn hat right at his own damn funeral. I mean, it was unlike anything I had ever seen, y'all. And they, it gets to a certain point of the music, then they freaking come back down the aisle again. The party's over. They're freaking done with their shit and they're out the door. I'm like, ain't no way I could have kept a straight face. I couldn't, Roland. I was laughing so hard, my employees were laughing. Because I'm like, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, damn you got me right at the friggin' end. You had this planned all along. You knew exactly what you was going to have me do. And I'm like, this is some of the craziest shit I have ever seen. But man, everybody was in a damn good mood after that. It was cool because you don't see this happen at a funeral. I've never been to a funeral where there'd be damn flamingo dancers coming down the aisle of the funeral home or the church or wherever. I've never seen it. I'll never see it again. I'm like, only he could have planned something in that much detail. And no tells how much they got paid to come and do that. I mean, I'm like, where the hell did these people even come from? Because I'm like, we ain't got these kind of places around here. So he had to have spent some good money just to get them to do this, but they agreed to do it. I'm like, oh my God. And then that tech guy, he's like, hey, I got one more song. The friend stood up and he said a few more words and his part was over at that point. And the song of all songs freaking come on, and I had to have a good laugh because at the very end, what song did they play? I Did It My Way. I'm like, that friggin' just topped it off right there. He had them play freaking I Did It My Way. Oh my God. But at the end of the day, yeah, he did it his way because only he would have went into that much detail to plan his own funeral, have exactly what he wanted, and by God, we done it for him. And I'm like, this was one of those funerals that just stuck out. I won't ever forget that. When you have flamingo dancers show up at your funeral home, you know you're doing something right. So yeah, this is why I'll never forget that funeral because it's definitely in my top 4. And it was a friend of mine. I was happy to do it for him. And I had talked to the people that his 2 friends that come and planned his funeral for him when he passed away. And yeah, about a month before he, started getting bad, he sat down with them in detail and told them exactly what he wanted, how he wanted it done. And I'm like, this was all his own doing. We was just going by his instructions and how he wanted everything done. But it was a grand affair, let me tell you. When you have impersonators showing up to sing at your funeral, and they were good, and you have flamingo dancers showing up at your funeral, you're taking it over the top because I have never did anything like that ever again. Never seen nothing like that ever again. It was definitely, one of them. It only happens once in a lifetime, and I believe that. But it was fun. It was his celebration. That's it, Roland. It was his celebration. And he left us all a little something to remember him by, because I'm like, I've got this memory now of how I did his funeral, how it all went. I was able to do that for him. And it has a little special place in my heart because he was my friend. But I'm happy that I was able to carry out the wishes that he wanted. I'm like, hey, we can do it. If it's not illegal, we can do it. But I got to know what you want me to do. But yeah, it was his celebration. I was just there to provide the venue for it. Was it a little too over the top? Well, some people might have thought so. But it was his day. We was there to celebrate him and his life. So yeah, it was his celebration. Roland is right. But damn, I would have never thought, Roland, he would throw some damn flamingo dancers in on me. That's what got me. That is what I about died. They're like, these dancers are out here waiting. I'm like, I don't even know what's getting ready to come through that door. So we're all going to be surprised. Cool that he had enough people that cared. Oh, yeah, there was all kinds of damn people at his funeral. Half the damn town showed up for that. A lot of business owners. Hell, the damn mayor of the town was there. Him and his wife. It was a grand affair. But looking back on it, everybody was probably thinking the same thing. Like, we wouldn't expected anything less, him being him. But yeah, he got me with the damn flamingo dancers. I'll say that. And then at the very end, I play that song. I did it my way. I'm like, oh Lord, yeah, that's right. You did it your way. Well, Randy, you have a good evening. Stay safe too. We'll see you next time. So now you heard probably 4 of my best stories I could bring you from my line of work. Yeah, these are my top 4. Now, next Saturday, we'll probably have a part 2. I can come in here and tell you some more stuff. Jenica wants to know the weirdest and strangest request I've ever had. Okay, yeah, I've got that wrote down. She wants me to tell y'all about the Halloween funeral I did, which was really cool. That's probably one of the coolest funerals I did. Then I can tell y'all some other crazy stuff that happened. Y'all may find it funny, you may not. But yeah, welcome to my world, y'all. Very interesting. Yeah, it's in this line of work, you just never know what's going to come through the door, what you're going to be asked to do. Request, how people want funerals done. You hear it all, and I have heard it all over my. Well, I don't plan funerals or anything anymore because I'm out of that part of it. I do I do reconstruction, restoration now. I'm out of the everyday grind of it. They only call me when they need somebody fixed up. Did you have a body twitch on you? Yeah, I've had that happen before. Did it freak me out? No, because I know what was going on with, the human body. It it will do that. It doesn't scare me any. It's been long enough you can tell the stories. Yeah. I mean, I've been out of it long enough. Now, I can tell the stories because I'm not, like I said, I'm not in the everyday operations of it anymore. All I do is contract work when they need me, when someone, needs fixed up. Because that's what I do now. The reconstruction and restoration, because that's my specialty. But I ain't even worked in a while. Yeah, I mean, like Mr. Jones, I mean, let's think about it. Mr. Jones happened when I was when my funeral home was just newly opened. I'd only been working like 6 months when this happened to me. So yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago. I've heard it, didn't know if it was a tail. No, it does happen, Griswold. Fingers, mostly. Is what you'll see twitch. I mean, that's been my experience with it. I've not seen anything else twitch, but just a finger or two. You have one set up. I never had anybody set up. Now I've heard of this happening to other people, but I never had it happen to me. Would it freak me out? Probably not, because there's not really too much that scares me. I probably wouldn't have got freaked out by it. I'd have been like, no, 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 I'm lay back down. That's how I would have approached it. Just lay down and relax. I'm gonna take good care of you. I wouldn't have freaked out. There's probably some that would have, but like I said, there's not too much in this world scares me. I think that's why I was so good at my job, because when I was working, I'm locked in a funeral home, my own funeral home, at night till sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the morning by myself. Did it scare me? No, it never bothered me. Sometimes I'd be there all night. I mean, I just never really thought too much about it. It would have caught a 2 piece. Yeah, rolling me like I just beat it up. No, but I never had anybody set up on me. But as far as like twitching, yeah, that does happen. And I have seen it myself. Roland would hit him and then he would run. I could see how this would play out. He'd hit him and then he'd just bolt. But talking about this Halloween funeral next week, I've got a story that I could tell you that kind of go along with that. Me being having the sense of humor I got, my baby brother, I pranked him one freaking Halloween at my funeral home, and I will tell y'all that story. I have never seen fear. Well, he's gone now, but up to that point, I had never seen fear in him at all until I pranked him at my own freaking funeral home. And I will tell you that story because it kind of happened around Halloween time. So yeah, he did. I mean, this was a young man that never was afraid of anything. He was kind of like me. He wasn't scared of too much, except I was the oldest and he was the baby of the family. But I got him one time because we used to do these prank wars on each other. And he had pranked me and he thought I forgot about it, but I hadn't. And let's just say he visited my funeral home one day, and I never seen anybody run as fast as he did. But you will hear that story next Saturday. You will get a good laugh out of that. And we'd laugh about that over time. I'd be like, hey, you want to come and visit me at work? Hell no, I ain't coming to visit you at work. He did not like coming to the funeral home to visit me at all. But that day, I made a point to get him to come up there. And boy, was he in for a surprise because I planned this for like 2 weeks. I was determined to get him, and I was in the right position to do it. This is how, we were just mean to each other, but when it come down to these prank wars, that was all business there. But he never pranked me again. I was like, I am the master, man. You will never beat me. And he finally admitted it. He said, yeah, you got me. He said, because I don't think I could ever beat that. So that was always something that me and him joked about over time. And now that he's gone, I have those funny memories now that I can look back on. And he was my favorite too, Janica, and I was just this damn mean to him. But what he done to me, it wasn't as bad, but it was kind of mean too. So I knew it had to be good. And I'm like, you have no idea who you're dealing with now, because I will use every resource I have available to me. And I work in one of the worst places you could be at. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Like I said, I will tell y'all that story next Saturday. So what's on the platter for next Saturday? It's always the way. Oh yeah. And from then on, after I did this to him, he never come back at me with nothing because he knew I could top it. He just backed down after that. He's like, I can't beat that. He's like, I can't believe you done that to me. And I'm like, well, I knew I had to step up my game. So, I had to use what I had accessible to me. I said, and my dad thought it was so damn funny too. He's like, go back and visit her at work again? Hell no. He just laughed. I ain't going back up there. Platter is on. Checking your next live. Oh, God. Well, next Saturday, we'll be back in here. 3 o'clock next Saturday afternoon, I will get the notification. Oh, yeah. Don't forget my live tomorrow night. We're going to be, well, we ain't going to be in here, but if you're around, we're going to be over at the Exotic Lounge. We're going to be doing Sunday night slow jams. So if you want to come and hang out, listen to some good music, we're just going to be chilling over there. That's why I call it slow jams. So y'all are welcome to come over and hang out tomorrow. That will be at 6 o'clock, though. Roland, thank you for reminding me because I wouldn't even have thought about it. So if you're around, stop on through. Love to see y'all tomorrow evening. It's just going to be a chill out, mellow out music stream. It's just a place for everybody kind of gang up and hang out. That's why I do those music streams, to give people a place to go and just chill. Listen to some good music, hang out with some good people. And that's where I will be tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. If you are not subscribed, you should be, because I'm going to start doing the music streams over there again. But can you believe they took my Christmas party away from me? Man, I was so pissed off. In the 3 years I have been doing lives, I have never had YouTube take a stream away from me. I've done Christmas parties, New Year's Eve parties, all kinds of parties. They never friggin' bothered me. But this past Christmas party, YouTube took that stream away from me. I was so upset. I was in tears. I'm like, are you serious? 3 years I have been doing this kind of thing, and now you are going to take my live away from me. Yeah, I was devastated. That was the first time YouTube had ever done that to me. And I'm like, YouTube's just getting too picky. There is the live. Roland dropped the link to the live tomorrow evening. So, like I said, if you're around, come on and hang out with us. We're just going to be chilling. This is going to be a chill stream. Because, I don't do the drama. I don't do any of that crap. My channels have always been a place for people to just go hang out and visit and have a good time. So, yeah, things are going to start picking up on here. Saturdays will be Tales from the Funeral Home, because believe me, I got stories to last for weeks and weeks. So it's going to be a running thing in here for a little while. And then I'm going to plan this. Well, the weather's going to have to get better, but we'll do a field trip to this cemetery I was telling y'all about. We will go to this place, and I'll take y'all through that. And then there's some old historic cemeteries too I'd like to take y'all to and show you around. So I can plan all kinds of stuff. Griswold, I am not set up to do like request on the spot. A lot of my music I already have loaded up in my studio. So I usually just grab one of my playlists out of my studio, depending on what I'm doing, and just play songs out of it. If you don't like Virginia weather, just wait 15 minutes. Yeah, weather up here. I supposed to have a bunch of rain, and I think today it just kind of fizzled out. We got a couple of passing showers, about 48 degrees. I'm still saying my winter will probably hit the end of, well, it's going to hit this month at some point. I just don't know when. But I think Thursday, or let's see, what is today? No, it's Wednesday and Thursday. I've got a pretty high chance of some snow. So we'll see what it does. It may change by tomorrow, or it may hold. I mean, I don't know. I may not get any snow at all, which if that was the case, that would be kind of unheard of, but I'll get something before the month is over. So, yeah, things going to be happening in here. My weather's been in the 70s and 80s. Wow, she having like summertime weather in where she's at. And I know where she's at. That's crazy that you're having 70 and 80 degree weather. Wow. And here we are in the wintertime. Now, weather's just kind of crazy right now, honestly. Because I thought there was parts of the East Coast that got hit with like a major snowstorm, and they was talking about it. I don't know what become of it. You know, if it come like this crazy snow that they was talking about. Y'all crazy. Yeah, I mean, the weather is crazy. It was snowing this morning. The end of the day, I was rocking shorts. Virginia bipolar weather. Oh, God. Janica's been in the 10s to 30s. Got 3 inches of snow in Connecticut. Wow. Now, where was it at? They was saying it was going to come like 3 feet of snow. Was it in Michigan or Wisconsin or somewhere? One of those. They said it was going to come 3 foot of snow. I was like, man, now that's some snow there. That's like Oregon snow where I'm at. I can relate to that. Yeah, I was supposed to be in like some bomb cyclone thing come down from Canada and dump this big hellacious snowstorm. I think New York got some snow. I mean, I don't know who all got snow. All 4 seasons in a week, but hey, good stripe fishing. Yeah, I mean, I'm just ready for the weather to get warm again. They do that for the grocery stores. Oh, okay. Yeah, because up here, if we know a major winter storm's getting ready to hit, good luck at the grocery store because you better be there when that store opens or you're not getting anything because them shelves will be wiped out. Right now, if it was to snow tonight, I would be prepared for it because I've stockpiled. I know how to play out these Oregon winters now that I've been here for a little bit. So, yeah, I've got stockpile. I started working on that like in August, buying extra stuff. As long as we got food and the dogs got food and the cats got food, we're going to be happy. But we're good if something was to hit. I wouldn't have to go. Well, there'd still be those few things I'd probably go grab, but nothing big. You may live in Oregon, but you got the East Coast Southern draw. Well, I live in Oregon, but I'm originally from Oklahoma. Born and raised in Oklahoma. That's, well, the Southern draw. I think that come from my grandmother. I've always blamed her for that. Because when I was a baby, my mom and dad was working. She babysat me. So when I started learning words, she was the one that taught me all my words when I was just little bitty. And then when I just got it from her, I think. If you were in Oklahoma, the weather be warm as well. Yeah, if I was in Oklahoma, they're having some warm weather there. But I'm just going to hang out in this crazy Oregon bipolar weather and see what happens. Can't leave now because I got Adrian up here getting ready to start college. So I'm stuck here for another however long it takes him to get done with school. 'Cause I won't leave him here by himself. I told him, you go to college, you go do your thing, and I'm going to go do mine. I mean, I'm not going to be sitting home just not doing anything, 'cause I'll still go do what I want to do. Well, in the summers he'll have off, but I told him, I said, I'm not going to sit home and be idle because that's not what I do. If I plan to go on a trip or go travel somewhere, that's what I'm going to do. You do your schooling, I'm going to do my thing. But he knows I'll be back home in time eventually when I get back. He knows I ain't going to leave him for too long. Bipolar Texas. Yeah, bipolar. God, Texas. Everybody got bipolar weather going on right now. I know Oregon is just out of its mind because they don't know what it's going to do up here. It just constantly changes. I'm good with snow. Let it snow. I don't care. As long as I don't hear the word blizzard, I'm good with it. Let it dump, 10 inches of snow out there. I'm good with it. As long as I don't hear the word blizzard, I don't have to worry about too much. But even that can be, can hit me out of nowhere too. That's the bad part. No, to snow. Yeah, shoot. I love to just sit in the house and watch it snow. If I don't gotta do anything or go anywhere, I'll just sit and my cat's freaking. I don't know what's wrong with her, but I will just sit and watch it snow. I mean, I don't mind it. But if I know I gotta do something, I get a little concerned about it because I'm like, I got to get off this hill here. I can get off the hill, but can I get back up it? That will be iffy. Yes, that was my cat. That was Mystic. She's making her debut. Because she's looking for her sister. That's what she's doing. Because usually they are within, you know, where they can see each other no matter where they're at. I think Willow, I think she's off in another room sleeping. No, she's not in heat. God, no. They got fixed. These are the two cats I inherited from my mom when she passed away. She got them when they was kittens. She had them fixed way before I freaking got a hold of them. But no, this is normal to her. She just, if she can't see her sister, she will freaking go to the house just squalling like that. And when she finds her, she's good. I won't hear no more out of her. But she does that all the time. But Willow is the same way. If she can't see Mystic or know where she's at, she will freaking have a meltdown, just like this one did. It's cute, but sometimes it's annoying. I was like, Lord forbid if something ever happened to your litter mate, you would be going out of your mind because they're not there to find. You need to hush. You need to go hang out with your sister because I'm trying to do something here. But no, she's not in, that's not an issue with my cats because every animal in this house is fixed. They cover for each other. Yeah, it's wild because they have never been separated since they've been born, and they're real attached to each other. So when I first brought them to Oregon, when I went back home and my mom passed away and got them and brought them back with me, they stayed right next to each other. I mean, you didn't see one without the other one. And now they're just, they're very closely bonded like that. So if one don't see the other one, they will. They'll freaking start hollering and carrying on. I'm like, go find your sister and shut up. Glad I got my rescue fixed. Yeah, well, my mom got these two from a friend of hers. I had kittens. She took two of them because it was the last two she had. And she's like, well, I couldn't take just one and leave the other one. So she took both of them and then went and had them fixed when they was old enough. And then my mom ended up passing away. I go back home and my stepdad is like, well, you should take them kittens with you. I'm like, okay, I get it. So I loaded them up and brought them to Oregon with me. Yeah, my two cats are inseparable. I mean, they're so closely bonded. I think if once something happened to one of them, I don't know how the other one would take it. I really don't. And I hope not to have to deal with that for a long time because they're still pretty young. They're about, well, they're almost 2 years old now. And they love the dogs. And that blows my mind. And the dogs love them. And I'm like, to these dogs, you would be a snack. But you let somebody freaking try to mess with them or hurt one of them. Them dogs are very protective over these two cats. Because when I got them here, they were just kittens still. They were still in the playful stages. And the dog, be laying in the floor. The kittens would be just climbing all over them. So they grew up with the dogs. And the dogs just like, they belong here. And we got to take care of them because they're little. Oh, yeah. I mean, these dogs would freaking take an arm off probably for over one of these cats. She goes outside in a litter box. She does her business outdoors. And she has the attitude of a dog. God. Now, my cats can go outside if they wanted to. They could easily go through that doggy door, but they will not step foot outside. I don't know what the deal is. They've got their big cat tree that they lay on and they look out the window and yeah, I mean they're living it up. They ain't gotta worry about nothing. My grandson told me I needed to get him one of them damn motorized cat litter boxes. I was like, are you out of your mind? I'm not spending that kind of damn money on a cat litter box. Are you crazy? Yeah, they're strictly indoor cats, but I never kept them from going out that doggy door. But they just won't even go by it. They'll go in the kitchen and walk around, but they won't even go close to that back door. I'm like, you could escape anytime you wanted to, because that doggy door is always open. And you just never have had the guts to go out the door. Because they see the dogs go in and out. They know that that's how you go outside, but they just never had any interest in it. They just sit around and be lazy and do their thing. Maybe they think it's too much work. I don't know. I've tried, well, they've been outside. I have to take them out in their crates when they go to the vet and stuff, but they just ain't too hip on the outdoors. They'd rather be inside. That's how my mom's cat was. He was inside cat. He wouldn't go outside at all. No, these two here, I'd never have to worry about them. I could leave a door wide open. They would never go outside that door because they don't want any part of it. They would rather just be inside doing their own thing. But they don't bother anything. They're really good cats. Except I could, they ain't done it in a long time. When they decide it's time to play at 2 o'clock in the morning, when they go running down the hall through the living room and back down the hall, and then they'll come through and jump on my bed and decide, it's time to play at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, y'all better freaking take your ass to bed. Had my cat for 8 years now. She doesn't like to talk. Rarely have I heard her meow. Yeah, I mean, that's really the only time I hear these two meow or carry on is when they can't see the other one. And when they cannot see their sibling, they will have a damn meltdown. Other than that, they're quiet. She showed up one day as a kitten and I said hello. She rolled over, let me scratch her tummy. Best. Oh, her name is Rascal. There you go. Yep, so I have Mystic and Willow. Those are what my mom named them, and I never changed their names. I just left it alone. Then, of course, I got Mr. Fluffy and Axel. They think they own the house, but that's all right. That's a cute name, Rascal. Yeah. Yeah, they did this to me one night because I deal with insomnia. I mean, there's times I don't sleep at night for days. And I had went to sleep that night. I went to bed about 10 o'clock. And I was sleeping so good because I leave my bedroom door open. And they got in one of their moods, and I guess come running down that hallway and into my bedroom and jumped right in the middle of me, and then took off and went back out the door just enough to wake me up. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Now I will never go back to sleep. I was up the rest of the night because I'm like, are you kidding me? Then the next night, I'm like, y'all better just stay away out of my bed. Oh, shoot. Sassy, I have dealt with insomnia for years. It's just something I have to deal with, and my job caused it. I will always blame my job because I had doctor's hours. And I spent way too many nights not getting sleep, not getting to go to bed, sometimes being up for 2, 3 days at a time working. So when I did get to sleep, I definitely took advantage of it. But it messed up my whole sleep pattern. I mean, when you do that for years, oh yeah, it'll really mess with you. Now the insomnia got to the point where I would literally have to just wear myself down. And that could take 3 or 4 days. But when I did go to sleep, I'd be gone. I mean, I would sleep for 12, 13 hours straight. So it's a wild ride when you have insomnia. After I named her, got her fixed, honestly, she was my son. Well, you didn't know, you didn't know. But guys, I have been on here on over 4 hours already. So tomorrow night we'll be over at the music channel. Next Saturday we will be back in here for another episode of Tales from the Funeral Home. Y'all come back, hang out. We'll see what I can come at you with next Saturday, but I think it was a pretty good first episode. I'm happy with it. But guys, I appreciate you being here, coming out and hanging out and hearing some of the craziness that Luna had to deal with. But this story is long Yeah, we are not even close to the end of this story yet. Because I have many stories. But guys, I may see y'all tomorrow night. If I don't, maybe I'll see you back in here next Saturday. But until then, no, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And I will see you all later. Everyone have a good and blessed night. And we'll see each other again soon. Have a good one, y'all.